All right, it is 5:31 p.m, so I'm inclined to start this meeting. It'd be good if we could just get the screens going, because we find it hard to do business without the screens, Liz. There we go. All right, it's 5:31 p.m. on Tuesday, the 2nd of December. Must be getting close to the end of the year, seeing a good crowd here for our Future Melbourne Committee meeting. I declare the meeting open and I welcome councillors, management and members of the public attending tonight's meeting, both in person and virtually. We are meeting on the Wurundjeri Woiwurrung country and I respectfully acknowledge the traditional owners of the land we govern, the Wurundjeri Woiwurrung and Boonwurrung Boonwurrung peoples of the Kulin, and pay respects to their elders past and present. We acknowledge and honour the unbroken spiritual, cultural and political connection they have maintained to this unique place for more than 2,000 generations. This meeting is being streamed live and the recording will be published on Council's website by close of business tomorrow. The unconfirmed minutes of this meeting will also be available from Council's website as soon as practicable. I request that all mobile phones be turned off or to silent for the duration of the meeting, and I'm very pleased to report we have a full complement of councillors. No apologies have been received. Agenda item 2, disclosure of conflicts of interest. If any councillor has either a general or material conflict of interest in relation to a matter before the committee, please disclose the type and nature of interest prior to consideration of the item. Agenda item 3, confirmation of minutes of the previous meeting. I call on a councillor to move a motion adopting the minutes of open meeting number 19 held on Tuesday the 11th of November 2025. Thank you, Councillor Griffiths, and a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Liu. I'll now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? I declare that carried. Those minutes are adopted. Agenda item 4, matters arising from the minutes of the previous meeting. I don't think there are any matters arising from those minutes for us to report on. No, therefore we move on to submissions and correspondence, of which there are many. The following submissions have been received in accordance with Council's governance rules in relation to agenda item 6.1. For those here this evening, please listen carefully, and if I miss your name on an item, let me know at the end and we can add you in. So for agenda item 6.1, which is 400 Queen Street, we have request to speak from Matthew Townsend on behalf of Kenneth and Rosalind Turner. They'll be joining us on Zoom. We've got Jamie Govenlock from Urbis and Phil Rowe from Cox. In relation to agenda item 6.2, which is 222 and 240 Exhibition Street, we have request to speak from Jenny Eltham, Hamish Ogilvie, Nicola Smith via Zoom, Sean Schroeter from Architectus, and Jamie Govenlock from Urbis. We have items of correspondence from Helen Rice, Jennifer Eltham, or Jenny, Andrew John Eltham, Lorraine and Ian Shepherd, Tess, Wendy and Jason Syme, Samantha Westbrook from the National Trust of Australia, Jeff Pyle and Mark Lovell, Dr. Stan Capp from EastEnders, Ben and Lila Allen and Nicola Smith. In relation to agenda item 6.3, Planning Scheme Amendment C417 Macaulay, we have requests to speak from Effie Oziaba. We have items of correspondence from Effie Oziaba. I'm very sorry, Effie Oziaba. We have Dr. Kate Kennedy from the Kensington Association, Stephen Pavalicini from Thompson Gear, Jeff Leach and Leo McMartin. In relation to agenda item 6.4, City of Melbourne Heritage Strategy, Stories of People and Place, we have request to speak from Mary Lou Howie, request to speak from B. McNicholas. Where's B? There she is. We have items of correspondence from Maddie Moore on behalf of Samantha Westbrook at the National Trust. Items of correspondence from Mary Lou Howie and Mark Wang at the Museum of Chinese Australian History. Great institution that is. In relation to agenda item 6.5, Safe City Camera Draft Policy, we have a request to speak from Anastasia Beasley. And items of correspondence from Andrew Blythe, Mason Medudis, Anna Profiti, Sylvia Hungrier, Hudson Clark, Anastasia Beasley, Luke Harris, Tony Penner. And that is that for that item. For agenda item 6.6, Macaulay Local Open Space Provision and Drainage Infrastructure Funding. We have items of correspondence from John Kavanagh from the Friends of Moonee Ponds Creek and Dr. Kate Kennedy from Kensington Association. In relation to agenda item 6.7, Moonee Ponds Creek Linear Park, we have correspondence from John Kavanagh and Dr. Kate Kennedy. In relation to agenda item 6.8, we have Chapman Street Reserve Expansion, great project. Item of correspondence from Tony Robinson and Julian O'Shea. In relation to agenda item 6.9, Draft Community Infrastructure Plan, we have requests to speak from B. McNicholas. In relation to agenda item 6.10, we have delivering a swimmable birrung. We have requests to speak from Matthew Sykes from Swimmable Cities, Janet Belitho from the Yarra Riverkeeper Association, and Charity Moisenyain from Regen Melbourne. And we have lots of items of correspondence. Matthew Sykes, Professor Lauren Rickard, Janet Belitho, Charity again, Dean Campbell-Smith, Cheryl Battergold, Rebecca Scott, Oliver Pelling, Perry Malloy, and Associate Professor Magnus Moglia. In relation to agenda item 6.12, City of Melbourne Advocacy and Partnerships Plan, we have a request to speak from Honorary Councillor Chris Thrum and items of correspondence from Dr. Kate Kennedy, John Kavanagh and Chris Thrum. In relation to agenda item 6.13, organisation-wide grants and sponsorship policy, we have an item of correspondence from Ariel Vallant, who does great work with the North and West Melbourne Neighbourhood Centre, and from Dylan Cole from none other than the Melbourne International Comedy Festival. Okay, that's a long list. That's a vibrant democracy right there, isn't there, everyone? Now, was there anybody who did not have their name called out who wished to submit on any of the agenda items that are before us tonight? This is not public questions, but actually stand up and submit to us when agenda item is before us. No, good. The system is working. That's fantastic. All right. I will say this later on, so I won't labour it now, but we've got a lot of speakers tonight, so I'll be asking people to keep to time, and I'll remind you of the rules when we get there. We now move to agenda item 5, public questions. For many, this is their favourite part of this meeting. A 15-minute period will be provided at the beginning and end of this meeting for members of the public to ask questions. Members of the public may either submit public questions in writing or register to ask a question in person or live via audio link. Questions should not be greater than 90 seconds in duration. And of course, you all know that this is not the time to make submissions on agenda items that are before us. You do that when that item comes up later in the meeting. As at 10 a.m. today, there have been 7 public questions received, all of which will be asked in person. I note that in reading out these questions, we are not attesting to the veracity or factual nature of any statements made. Of course, there is also a further 15 minutes that are set aside for public questions, at the end of open business later on. So if we don't get through all 7 questions now, we can ask them later on. I do note that, thank you for this, Liz, that a number of people have specifically asked to ask their question at the front end of the meeting. We will specifically try to get to those. So let's see how we can go. All right, I'm going to get us off and running and invite Jing Chi to ask a question on behalf of Guoxing Chen. Jing, are you with us? Oh, Jing, please. Oh. Why don't you make your way to the lectern so we can all hear who you are, introduce yourself and ask your question. If you need somebody to come and help you, that's totally fine as well. Yes. Just make your way to that lectern. Check that the microphone's all okay. Introduce yourself to us and ask your question.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. I'm Rachel Liang. I will ask a question on behalf of Jin Chin, Dr. Jin Chin. Yeah. Lord Mayor, councillors, thank you for the opportunity. Will the City of Melbourne take steps to commemorate the 88th anniversary of the Nanjing Massacre on 13 December 2025? This tragedy event, which occurred in 1937, resulting in the deaths of hundreds of thousands of civilians and prisoners of war, is widely recognized as one of the darkest chapters of World War II in Asia. Commemorating such an event is vital for promoting peace, understanding, and reconciliation in our multicultural city. The City of Melbourne has previously demonstrated leadership in acknowledging globally tragedy, such as its commemoration of Hiroshima and Nagasaki through peace initiative and public remembrance activity. This action reflected Melbourne's commitment to fostering a culture of peace and educating future generations about the consequences of war. A formal commemoration, whether through a public event statement, a civil event, or collaboration with community organizations, will send a powerful message that Melbourne stands against atrocity and support global effort for peace. One symbolic church could be lighting the Melbourne Town Hall in white on 13 December, representing remembrance and peace. Could the council outline its plan to mark this anniversary and work with local community groups to ensure this important historical event is represented with acknowledged? Thank you.
The time for your question has elapsed. And my notes indicate, Councillor Guest, you're in a position to respond to this question. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel, and thank you, Mr. Gishing Jen. Your words are well received, of course. The City of Melbourne certainly does acknowledge humanitarian tragedies that have occurred throughout humanity. It's an unfortunate event that at various times we've treated each other very, very badly. Unfortunately, the specific ask of lighting the town hall can't be done because we do actually have our Christmas decorations already set up and ready to go through the month. With that said, whilst we don't want to, convict the children for the sins of the father, we certainly do acknowledge such humanitarian events such as the Nanjing Massacre and others. We feel for all those who are involved, and I think it'd be fair to say at the City of Melbourne we would never ever want to see any such thing happen again. But thank you very much for your contribution this evening.
Thank you for your explanation. Thank you.
And Rachel, it's probably also worth noting that earlier this year, Councillor Kevin Louie, Councillor Gladys Liu and Councillor Philip Ley Liu and myself were actually in Nanjing, and obviously the 80th anniversary of the Nanjing Massacre was something that was referenced in some of the public events that we participated in. And obviously through our participation in those events, there was an acknowledgement of the terrible events that occurred as part of the Nanjing Massacre. So as Councillor Guest has outlined, there's no formal plans here at the City of Melbourne, here in Melbourne, but our participation in those events in Nanjing earlier those years was in some way an acknowledgement of those terrible events. Thank you, Rachel.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I will now invite Jimmy Lee, apologies, Jimmy. Please make your way to the lectern and ask your question of us. Okay. Maybe if we could get someone from our government team to just assist you there so that you can proceed with asking your question and those materials can be distributed. So someone's going to help you, Jimmy. Yep, and you just go make your way to the lectern and you can ask us your question. All right.
Lord Mayor, councillors, thank you for the opportunity. Will the City of Melbourne take steps to allow installation of Korean and Chinese statues of peace within the city? These statues, recognized internationally as symbols of remembrance and peace, honor the victims of wartime atrocities and promote dialogue about human rights and peace. There's a strong community support for these statues, as we have dozens of supporters here with us. With local organizations and residents advocating for their installation as a way to acknowledge shared history and foster healing. Supporting these statues would contribute to the increasing the representation of women in Melbourne's public art, aligning with the city's strong traditions of recognizing history, peace, and remembrance. Furthermore, these statues would foster community unity through meaningful public art, providing a space for reflection and education for all residents and visitors. The City of Melbourne has previously demonstrated leadership in acknowledging international tragedies. So given Melbourne's multicultural population and strong ties to Asian communities, what specific actions will the Council take to support these efforts and work with us to make this piece of statues a reality in Melbourne? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Jimmy. And I might refer to Councillor Phil Leilu, who leads the arts portfolio here at the City, to respond.
Thanks, Jimmy. And I've got a response from management, which is, so the Council's plaque and memorial policy outlines the criteria for the City of Melbourne to assess applications from individuals and groups wishing to formally recognise significant local peoples, groups, places and events in the form of commemorative plaques and memorial within the municipality of Melbourne. Application are assessed against criteria including funding, location, gravitas, accuracy, community support and artistic merit. The plaques and memorial also comply with relevant City of Melbourne policies and other legislations which will be outlined by the council officers during the application process. So the information process can be accessed online, but also on one of the different groups. But Jimmy, can I also? So that's the management response. But can I also ask you first? But first, can I acknowledge the work in your area? I've read your article in The Age, was it, or the ABC? Yeah, The Age. And I know you've done a lot in the leadership community. We've known each other for a while, and especially around the efforts doing the Chinese community. I wanted to ask in terms of, you talk about strong community support. Can I ask, so you talk about, obviously from the Chinese community, what kind of support do you have, like from the Korean community, I think Japanese community, is it, what is, when you talk about strong community support?
Yeah, we have strong community, including members from Korean community here, and also we did grassroots fundraising also through the donations of the community members to make the statues, which were shown. Yeah.
Okay. And when you talk about the peace statue, and is it peace statue or Comfort Women statue, or what is it? Peace statue?
It's they are both mean the same statue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. That's fine. And I guess, in terms of the location-wise and everything, and I know you've kind of put in this and everything, is that something that I guess, when you do go through the process, and obviously you're applying at City of Melbourne, so obviously I assume it's going to be somewhere in the City of Melbourne. Have you thought about particular places and everything, or? Yeah.
Actually, we have exploring various spaces in Melbourne, and we'll keep exploring, but we'll be very happy to work with City of Melbourne to find a suitable location.
I appreciate it. And I think given the time and effort, the applications process there, given that there's a lot of things, but thank you for the time for coming in, and also for the many things, and we'll have a good read. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leilu, and thank you, Jimmy. All right, our next question is from Jake Land. Is Jake here? Oh, g'day, Jake. Sorry, I should have seen you at the back there. Do you wish to remain in your seat, and we will bring a free mic to you?
Thank you. A few weeks ago, I spoke to Council about the biblical obligation of the city's many churches to look after the poor and homeless. Not just prayers and hope for the best. A physical approach to provide for the basics of existing, including housing, is what their faith demands. Unfortunately, many of them are failing miserably in this command. I asked the Council the following questions. Would the Council support to remind each church of their obligation to society? Second question, would the Council consider to further investigate to relax their rules, I'm referring to planning rules, and request each Lads Church to remove a few pews and install portable accommodation facilities to fulfill their obligation to God and society to take care of each and every homeless person in the Melbourne CBD as their scriptures command. Councillor Gladys Liu responded and said churches were welcome to approach Council to offer their help, but failed to answer my questions. I look forward to an appropriate response.
All right, thank you for your interest in this matter, Jake, and I might invite Councillor Gladys Liu to respond again.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Jake, for your question. As the chair of the Homelessness Advisory Committee, like you, I'm very passionate about helping those who are sleeping rough and doing it really tough out there. One of the key activities within the recent endorsed council plan is to lead action on homelessness, reducing rough sleeping and increase affordable housing. Whilst it is not council's role to comment on the role or obligations of the church to end homelessness, we will require partnerships, advocacy, and collaboration, including with landowners, with underutilized land, which may include faith-based land. It is important to note that crisis accommodation must be designed carefully because it serves people in high vulnerable situations with complex needs, often experiencing trauma, family violence, or mental health challenges. So, as previously offered, we would invite any interested landowners to meet with council to discuss any opportunities to provide short or long-term housing in the city. And thank you for your passion.
Yeah, all right. Thank you, Councillor Liu. I now invite Chris Thrum to ask a question. Great to see you at Town Hall, Chris. I've been spotting you around the city quite a bit in recent days, busking on Burke Street and up on Spring Street. I hope you're doing a good trade at this time of year with all those people out there for Christmas, hopefully contributing to your musical contribution to our city.
Thank you for the kind words, Lord Mayor, and great to see you as well out and about. My question is in regards to the situation in regards to co-health at Kensington, Fitzroy and Collingwood. I'll precede the question by reminding people that Gough Whitlam believed in the universal healthcare approach. Gough Whitlam believed that that's an essential right for citizens regardless of their income. I'd like to thank the Anthony Albanese Commonwealth Government for providing up to $1.5 million in funding to CoHealth to keep its general practices and services open up until July the 31st, 2026. I'd say to Albo, thank you, and that action is keeping in face with the general principles that Gough Whitlam believes in terms of universal health care for people regardless of their income. Now, the question is, how are things progressing to deliver a long-term sustainable solution and provide essential care for our community in regards to health care and returning the pharmacy to the citizens in that area affected?
Thank you, Chris. Another one for you, Councillor Gladys Liu.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Chris, for your question. Obviously, the announcement that CoHealth will continue to deliver services until July 2026 is welcome news for our inner city community. It's a direct result of considerable advocacy efforts over the past few weeks. And a big thank you to Lord Mayor and also my colleague, Councillor David Griffiths, for your efforts as well. The planned closures of GP clinics in Kensington, Fitzroy, and Collingwood would have significant impact to the inner city residents. Thousands of people depend on these vital GP, pharmacy, counseling, and health services, including many of the most vulnerable in our community. So we would like to thank the federal government for listening to the community's concerns and continuing to support these vital community health services until the end of July. The City of Melbourne has and will continue to advocate for a longer-term solution. Healthcare is a fundamental right for all Australians. Access to bulk-billed health services is critical. The advocacy efforts by our collective community in the past few weeks have made this clearer than ever. We will continue working with the federal government to support the ongoing availability of bulk-billed GP services in Kensington beyond July. So thank you, Chris, for your advocacy and concern.
Oh, thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Chris, and thank you for your ongoing interest in matters here at Town Hall. Now, we are at 15 minutes. B, Mary Lou, Fana, and Bob, are you the people who indicated you would find it challenging to wait till the end of the meeting to ask your questions, or are you okay? Yeah, I'm sort of looking at you, Fana, because I know you have early starts. Can you stay to the end of the meeting? Look, what I'm going to do is, Fana, you ask your question next, please, because I know you're a trader at Queen Victoria Market. So, the market's closed tomorrow, yes, being Wednesday. All right, we're going to proceed in the normal way then. All right, we're going to move on to council business, and you can ask your question, and you can blame Councillor Olivia Ball for that one.
Yes.
All right, B, up you go. On indulgence. I'm not going to seek a motion. We're almost at the 15 minutes, so quickly ask your question before the 15 minutes lapses.
Queen Victoria Market
Yes.
is listed on the National Heritage List, gazetted 29th of June 2018. It is formally acknowledged under the EPBC Act and listed under law as being of outstanding cultural heritage significance to all Australians, to the nation, and needing protection of its listed cultural heritage values into posterity. That is for almost 6.5 years now. Council and public websites state repeatedly it's iconic, it's operating since 1878, it plays a vital part of Melbourne's multicultural history and present-day life. It's got a wide variety of fresh food, produce and other shopping, and is part of the affordable food security that we need. It's a major landmark and public marketplace. It is an authentic, bustling inner-city market that has been the heart and soul of Melbourne for over 140 years. So why does this iconic place not have a dedicated master plan which considers it and protects this National Heritage Site holistically site-wide in 6.5 years. This is a major issue. So, one, will City of Melbourne, its custodian and manager, commit to doing a dedicated Queen Victoria Market master plan now? Two, then will City of Melbourne commit to revising the Queen Victoria Market Precinct renewal plan-program to accommodate this? It is a very outdated, now deeply flawed plan and program. Thirdly, as part of that, will the City of Melbourne agree to remove the iconic name and brand Queen Victoria Market from the surrounding precinct? No iconic brand shares or gives away its name. It diminishes it and damages it. And finally, will City of Melbourne agree then to do a referral of their hopefully renamed Queen Victoria Market Precinct Renewal Program under the National EPB Act?
All right. Thank you.
EPBC Act, sorry.
No, thank you,
Racing.
B. I might invite Rick Kwasek, who's our GM Infrastructure, to respond to your very good questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, B, and through you, Lord Mayor. It was quite a comprehensive question, so I'd like to take some of that question on notice and come back with a fulsome response. But just saying that the Queen Victoria Market has a precinct renewal plan, which identifies infrastructure renewal to be undertaken to the market to support the operations of the market and to bring it into a contemporary operating model. I'll take your question on notice, given the complexity of the question, and provide a fulsome response.
These are questions we've written before, we're waiting for response on, and the precinct plan actually has a conflict of interest with Queen Victoria Market itself. It's very serious.
Thank you very much,
Thank
B,
you.
and thank you, Rick, for that public commitment to follow through and respond to your questions. All right, now let us move on to reports from management, and I call on the Deputy Lord Mayor, Rashina Campbell, to assume the role of Chair of the meeting in relation to reports where Council exercises its responsibilities under the Planning and Environment Act. Over to you, DLM.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. There are 3 reports from management in this section. The first one is agenda item 6.1, Ministerial Planning Referral, TPMR 2025-21, 400 Queen Street, Melbourne. I am going to request a presentation on this item. I am going to ask for Nick Glennon. Oh, Julian Edwards. Very good. To make a brief presentation.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. Good evening, councillors and members of the public. Planning application before you tonight seeks approval for the demolition of an existing car park and construction of a 220-metre tall mixed-use building containing retail premises, offices, student housing and build-to-sell dwellings at 400 Queen Street in Melbourne. Next slide, please. Just here we have an aerial photo of the site. Speaking of the Queen Victoria Market Precinct, you'll notice that that is just to the left or west of the site. The approved Gurrowa Place development is just to the sort of southwest of the site, and we're at the edge of the Hoddle grid in this location. Next slide, please. So just a slide to depict the existing and approved built form within the area. And you can see from this slide that development typically scales down to more sensitive uses such as open space or heritage areas and the like, and gets bigger as it heads into the Hoddle grid. And that slide, if it's confusing for anyone, is reverse. So up is south, down is north. Just to clarify, next slide, please. So here you can just see the ground floor layout of this site. Has active frontages to the streets as well as internal connections. The different colours on this slide represent different uses. So the development contains a lot of retail at ground floor level and then entrances or lobbies to the respective uses. Pink being the student accommodation, purple is retail, light blue is the residential lobby, and the sort of tan colour is the office lobby. Next slide, please. So just the programming of the building, if you will. So the upper levels are the residential apartments, 693 apartments. Below that in the tower form is 900 student accommodation beds. And then in the podium section, in the sort of orangey tan colour, you can see there are office levels, so 10,000 square metres of office floor space, and 3,400 square metres of retail at the ground floor. Next slide, please. So just to show some renders of the proposal. So firstly, looking from the northwest, and that's the proposed park at QVM in the foreground there, and you can see Queen's Place building, nearly 250 metre building in the background, and the approved Gurrowa Place development would be just on your right, near where the trees. Next slide, please. And just swinging around as viewed from the northeast. So again, you can see the Queen's Place building on your left, and that sort of light shadowing outline of the Gurrowa Place development on the right there, just to show you how that fits in from a built form perspective. Next slide, please. So it's important just to highlight the floor area uplift and public benefits of the proposal, as they do remain a point of contention in terms of the assessment. The proposal does seek a floor area ratio above the 18:1, so it's proposed at 28.62 to 1. And the applicant has put forward public benefits comprising office space and laneways, which are two of the options outlined in the how to calculate floor area uplifts and public benefits document. So the proposal does have 10,000 square metres of office space, and then as I touched on quickly, there are connections through the site and proposed use of laneways through to Anthony Street. Next slide, thank you. And so this slide just shows the laneway and connection movement in and around the site. Next slide, please. And the two current easements that connect through to Anthony Street, which are presently gated off. So I might just highlight here, officers have raised throughout the process and within the report from management that the public benefit offering is something that's outstanding and still needs to be resolved, with a preference for affordable housing in lieu of office, and some of the laneway considerations, but that's something that is an ongoing conversation. Might leave things there. Deputy Lord Mayor, happy to take any questions.
Thank you. I have some to kick off, and other councillors may have others. My first is in relation to management's recommendation about the office public benefit. There's a calculation for that. Could you please expand on why, in management's view, office is not of public benefit at this particular site?
Yeah, so the floor, in terms of how to calculate floor area benefits, office is one of the uses that is listed. The guidance is from 2016. It's something that desperately needs reviewing, and it is also something that needs to be agreed with the responsible authority. So that's a conversation that happens depending on whether council is the responsible authority or Department of Transport and Planning are the responsible authority. A conversation that happens throughout the process. At present, we're following state housing policy in the sense of the housing statement, which is encouraging more housing. We've here at council got established policy around seeking more affordable housing, and we're also currently aware that we have an oversupply of office within the central city, and so that's why there's a stronger preference for affordable housing over office space.
Thank you. And then in relation to the laneway credits, if I can call them that, obviously the provision of publicly accessible space is something that we welcome at the City of Melbourne, but why, in management's view, are these particular laneways not considered to meet that criteria?
Yeah, sure. So typically laneways and open space, yes, absolutely something that we're encouraging of. And we would need to then work through the specifics of that. So are the laneways providing through block connections? Are they going to designated areas? In this case, officers have been of the view that they're a bit probably more described as a benefit to the development itself, but they're not completely discounted. So we've identified it as an outstanding matter that still needs further resolution. Some of the components may be suitable, but more broadly, they're of benefit to the development as opposed to benefit to the public.
Thank you. They're my only questions, but did other councillors? No? All right. Thank you very much, Julian.
Thank you.
All right. I now call on Matthew Townsend. Is Matthew joining us in person or online? Online? Wonderful. On behalf of Kenneth and Rosalind Turner, who's requested the opportunity to address the committee in relation to this matter. Matthew, we can certainly see you. I hope we can hear you. I remind you to speak for no more than 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Lord Mayor and councillors, I'm Matthew Townsend for Ken and Ros Turner, as you've heard, the owners of 5 to 7 Anthony Street. 5 to 7 Anthony Street is the land immediately adjacent to the southern of the 2 laneways that we've just heard about. Their home is immediately adjacent to the laneway. Presently, both of these easements are gated off, as we've seen, and they're not accessible to the public. And you can see photos of them on pages 3 and 4 of my submissions. As presently drafted, the proposal incorporates both of these easements of carriageway into the plans, and it's proposed that they will be accessible to the public on a 24/7 basis. The city design team, in response to an internal referral, said, we do not see the public benefit in the public connections east of Anthony Street in the configuration proposed. This is particularly the case with the Northern Link, which we see as being potentially hazardous and would recommend it being discontinued. Now, ultimately, the officer who drafted the report recommended that only the northern easement be deleted, but in the assessment of the public benefit, the officer who wrote the report said the laneways are ambiguous in their role and function by providing access, but not an established desire line. And ultimately, council would not take them over as council assets. So we see that as effectively saying that they're not really needed by anyone. They're not providing a shortcut. Now, the Turners have asked council to recommend that both laneways be removed from the plans, not just the northern laneway. They emphasise that they are not a shortcut, so therefore they offer no benefit to the occupants of the future development, and we'd disagree with the council officer who spoke a moment ago in that respect. We certainly agree that they offer no public benefit. The footpaths in Anthony Street, and you can see those on page 6 of my submission, are very narrow, and really we shouldn't be encouraging more pedestrians along Anthony Street. There's residences on both sides of the laneway, and you can see that there is low-level glass in the southern laneway. So for those reasons, we would ask that councillors recommend to the Minister for DTP on behalf of the residents and my clients that the Minister remove both laneways from the plans. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you.
Thank you, Matthew. If you just want to stay on the line for a moment, I'm just going to ask Julian Edwards to return to the lectern for a moment. Julian, could we have officers' advice on the submission in respect of both of those laneways being removed or discontinued? I think the officer recommendation presently is only in relation to one of those connections on Anthony Street.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Lord Mayor. The northernmost lane, the narrow lane, has been recommended to be excluded from any consideration due to its narrow nature and from that sort of safety and design perspective. The other lane is, I guess, presently still proposed to be considered as part of the uplift benefit and connections through to the site. However, we're in a position where we're unsatisfied overall with the public benefit offering, and so I guess these points need to be considered as part of that broader consideration of all of the public benefits. And ultimately, it is a matter for the minister to consider. So given that we've recommended that it remains an outstanding consideration, we wouldn't see that there necessarily need to be a change to the recommendation or report.
Thank you, Julian. Thank you, Matthew. There's a further question from Councillor Rouse.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. You said that the northern or the narrower of the lanes shouldn't be included in the calculation. Can I just clarify the calculation for the public benefit contribution or the calculation for floor area ratio?
It's kind of so the laneway itself is not specifically considered in the floor area uplift, so it's to do with the building. But we're suggesting that it not be included as a benefit in response to the floor area uplift.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, I think it is now safe for you to resume your
Thank
seat.
you.
Thank you, Julian. Thank you very much, Matthew. All right, I now call on Jamie Governlock from Urbis. Jamie, I know you don't need to be reminded of this, but if you could please confine your submission to no more than 3 minutes.
Excellent, thank you. Good evening, Lord Mayor, Deputy Lord Mayor and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I do have many points here. I've got 3 minutes, but I think I'll just go to the gut points. So I'll talk about the laneway and the public benefit stuff. So we've been in discussions with Melbourne City Council and also DTP in relation to public benefit and uplift and so forth. So we've gone. We need uplift up to 1 to 28.62. So initially we had proposed the public realm, the laneway, staff activation and also office. It was clear after a period of time there's been a bit of a pivot from the Minister's office and also the council, mind you, to provide affordable housing. That took us some time to actually hear that message, but we've heard that loud and clear. So in our recent submissions to DTP and also council as well, we're looking at 69% of the public benefit uplift will be from that public realm information. 10%, so down from about 20%, will be office. So instead of having 10,000 square metres, we're down to 6,000 square metres. We still think office, a component of office is important in this precinct. And affordable housing is approximately 21%. That's most likely to be a cash contribution in the order of about $7.32 million. Or that would equate to about 36 dwellings. That's being worked out at the moment with DTP. The planning officers are aware of that. In relation to the laneway issue, grain is the heart of any central city. You've got to have grain. If you take arteries and grain away, you can't get them back. So yes, it looks like a derelict place that you'd never walk up right now. So did Duckboard Place, so did ACDC Lane 25, 30 years ago. We've got to reimagine the future with this. This precinct's all about transformation, investment and people. Now, there's going to be many more people living and working in this precinct. There'll be many more people living effectively, not on top of the laneway, but effectively adjacent to it. We've got a mix of land uses that includes many students, many residents, many workers. Sure, the laneway is not used now. Totally understand that. But it's organic and it's about change for this part of the central city. So I think that the laneway should stay and it should allow the opportunity to filter out what will occur in the future. The buildings on either side, they've got closed walls, whatever they have, things change. I can remember walking down ACDC Lane when I first started working in Collins Street 25 years ago. That's changed. It's trendy now. That lane doesn't go anywhere. But it's got restaurants and it's got other things. It's a 2 metre wide laneway. The average width of a footpath is about 1.85. So it's wider than that. We think it should stay and it'll be good for this part of the precinct. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Just before you take your seat, thank you for that submission about the willingness on the applicant's part to provide an affordable housing contribution. On your calculation, what percentage is that?
21%.
What percentage is that of the development?
Of the overall development, it was 30. It was 36 dwellings altogether. So it was in the order of, was it 5? We'll have to give you the exact numbers, but yeah. It was 21% of the contribution of the uplift. It equated about 36 dwellings. It was.
Yes, all right. We will do some maths on our end here. Thank you, Jamie. I didn't have any other questions. I don't know if any other councillors did. No? All right. Thank you very much for your submission.
Thank you.
I now call on Phil Rowe from Cox.
Thank you. Can someone change the slides? Is that okay? Thank you. Thank you, Julian. Thank you, Jamie. I think they've presented the case quite well so far, so I'll just take you through some of the details. Just wait for the presentation to come up. The development itself, I think my time... Are we okay? This is a mixed-use development, as we know, as we've talked about. Heavily mixed-use development, I think, is very positive for this part of the precinct in this area. This area, as we know, around Queen Market developments and around this precinct of the CBD has a lot of energy going on. What's important is really to look at what's going on in 5 or 10 years, about what positive amenities this will provide to the precinct. So you can see here, I'll just run through some of the data. The public open space opportunities that we've provided here, around 40% of the ground plane is public open space, with around 197% of active edges here. So rather than what's here existing, which is the car park, which effectively has 90% inactive edges, we're creating permeability that creates that direction from core CBD through to the Queen Vic Market, and this will become a really important fulcrum point and active centre for the city. Housing itself, we talked about just under 700 apartments for that, for the influx of apartments within the city or housing within the city, just over 1,000 student accommodation areas, which create amazing activity in this area. And that contribution to affordable housing, I think, is a key, which is a change, I think, from what Julian was talking about, but definitely where our ears are open. It's above 10% we're talking about, just if you haven't done the calculations yet. Amenities itself are focused on health and wellness for all of the residents that are there, and perhaps beyond. A more boutique workplace model here at around 6,000 square metres, which is unique in this area. It's not a large box format office component, it's slightly different. And then a sustainability level, a real focus, as we do for most of our projects, on tree canopies, green factored tools, deep soil planting, and diverse uses. So that's very important, I think, for how we've greened, particularly the podium of this building. Next slide, thank you. Plot ratios we talked about, 28.6, and you can see here, as it has been talked about, affordable housing around 7.3 million contribution here. But in total, in using the quantifiable factors that are a part of policy, this is already in excess of around 12 million of uplift. Next, thank you. I've talked about the precinct, I think many have. I'll move on, thank you. Just in terms of its context and the building's design, I think it's important just to understand as a starting point those public connections that this is a part of, and this building can be a part of creating amazing animated laneways that Melbourne is so well known for. The next slide to the right here, how it integrates with its context. It has a sensitive connection, obviously, with Melbourne Terrace, and we're really taking a lead from Melbourne Terrace in its languages and its and in the way it's broken up. The tower itself, the form is slipped and created a finer edge to that to the northern face and broken the mass and form down with textures of the languages of the facade that align with ESD and many other layers. Next, thank you. Transition, as we've talked about, from Queen's Place to the left down to the Queen Vic Market development to the right. Next. Keep going. Sorry, we'll just go back. Keep going. We've talked about a city within a city and that mixed-use proposal. If we could just run through a few of the images for the laneway just to show the quality of it. Keep going, just to try and stay on time. You get to see some of the imagery here through the laneways, and the commitment to those laneways and that podium is very high quality. Keep moving. Thank you. Entrance from, you can see here, Retail North Laneway, Great Northern Sunlight through to here. Keep going. Thank you. Double height arcade, central arcade, building on the histories of the great arcades of Melbourne. Next. You can just keep moving through. A central space, a public space that is not a paid space central to this node of the arcade and the lane, and the upgrade positions that we're talking about here of the tertiary laneways.
I am going to have to ask you to conclude your remarks just because of the number of items we've got tonight.
Just if you'd move on to the other 3 or 4 images, that'd be fantastic.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you to the team from Cox. Did any councillors have any questions? Yes, Lord Mayor.
Thanks, Deputy Lord Mayor. Phil, you would have heard the submission earlier on behalf of Kenneth and Rosalind Turner and residents living in the Melbourne Terrace, which, you know, the design classic of Melbourne there, the Fender Catzeletis Melbourne Terrace on the corner. I mean, tell us about the interface between that building and what's being proposed here. Melbourne Terrace is 6 to 8 stories. You're proposing a 200-metre plus tower. Tell us about the interface.
Yeah, sure. Look, a couple of elements to this is I did have a chat with Nonda before doing this and just said, look, we're building the building adjacent to it, and said, can you talk us through the building? And at the time, Melbourne Terrace was a very progressive residential building within the city. We weren't really living in the city at the time. But his point was really creating great environments for people to live, and he was not against, obviously, the tower, but he was interested in the podium. So the languages and the modules in which we create and the rhythm in which we create was represented off the way that you would break up Melbourne Terrace was broken up. The materiality being of masonry, being very similar. So taking the languages and quality of what Melbourne Terrace represents, we thought was being very respectful. And as you know, in discussion with Nonda and Carl, they were very comfortable with the position. But also, we feel we are in some way compliant to the aspirations of what that terrace represented. The tower above is appropriately set back, and from a street view is not particularly represented closely. And the northern edge and facade to Melbourne Terrace is a very fine edge. So it's not a large building that's overbearing. That'd be at high level.
All right. And then just secondly, in one of your slides, you talked about a activation percentage of 197%. Could you explain what that number means?
Yeah, it does get confusing. So the perimeter that is connected to the streets is obviously 100%. But from our point of view, we're creating that permeability through the laneways, through north, south, east, west, and the arcades that creates edges around at the ground level and level 1, a very activated and great passive surveillance along all those edges, and it's 197% in total because you take the perimeters of all the retail. So that's creative maths.
Thank you. I'll look that up later on to get my head around it. Thank you for that, Phil.
Phil, I know that you are taking this on notice, but would it be correct that the affordable housing contribution is it 1.5% of the value of the development?
5%.
5% of the value of development. So the affordable housing contribution is $7 million?
Yep, 7.3 I think it was. Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you.
This is very live and working with DTP. So so that's why, Julian, from the formal submission, that wasn't represented. So.
Understood. All right, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that.
No other councillors have questions? No. Thank you, Phil. All right, I'm going to ask for a motion to be put up on the screen. Okay, and I'm going to move that motion, and I'm looking for a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Liu, and I will now speak to the motion. Well, at the outset, I want to say something more broadly about the planning items before us tonight. In total tonight, we are considering over $700 million in new development, which is a sign of real continued confidence in Melbourne, and that is a good thing. But turning to the specifics of this particular application, the planning permit before us relates to 400 Queen Street, Melbourne. This application seeks approval for the demolition of the existing building and the construction of a 220-metre, around 67-storey mixed-use development containing retail premises, offices, though fewer offices than we first were considering, student housing over 1,000 beds, and 693 build-to-sell dwellings. I should say at the outset, I am personally delighted to see a build-to-sell proposal coming before this committee tonight. The applicant is Sime Darby Property, represented by Urbis. The architect is Cox Architecture, and the estimated cost of the development is $495 million. Now, the Minister for Planning is, of course, the responsible decision maker here, and the Department of Transport and Planning, on behalf of the Minister, has referred this application to the City of Melbourne. The site is located within the Capital City Zone, Schedule 1, and is affected by the Design Development Overlay, Schedules 1 and 10. And in particular, I want to draw attention to management's recommendation that this significant mixed-use building proposed is compatible with the prominent location of the site and will make a positive contribution to Melbourne and Melbourne's skyline. I wanted to call out some of the elements of the proposal that I particularly wanted to commend the applicant on. In particular, the 14% tree canopy coverage of the site, the deep soil plantings, and the breaking down of the volume of the built form. Of course, we at this council do prefer, for example, 2 narrower towers rather than one bulky built form, but I do appreciate what has occurred here to reduce that bulking. Importantly, though, I want to commend management's recommendation not to object to this proposal, but subject to key conditions. As you've heard tonight, one of the outstanding matters is that of public benefit. Now, I appreciate that we have heard from the applicant that there are ongoing and live discussions with the department as to what that public benefit might be, and I'm delighted to hear that that might include things such as an affordable housing contribution. But considering the application as it is before us, currently, the proposed public benefits supporting the floor area uplift remain unresolved. And this, of course, is a threshold issue that must be addressed before a permit can be issued. In particular, the reliance on office in the form of the application as before us to get that uplift is of concern. It is not clear to us, and appreciating that this uplift provision has not been reviewed in many years, but presently there is some concern about whether or not it justifies the uplift, and perhaps more concerningly, the use of laneways forming part of that uplift offering. Now, of course, we at the City of Melbourne love seeing publicly accessible spaces. We encourage them in our applications. And while there is merit in the provision of publicly accessible spaces, the proposed laneways before us are ambiguous in their role and their function and what the benefit to the public would be. It does appear that these spaces primarily serve as access to internal areas within the proposed development, and there's a real absence of connection to major pedestrian areas or desired routes. The proposed laneways are interrupted by level changes, they're not even fully open to the sky, and as a consequence, they do not deliver meaningful connectivity such that they could be considered a true public benefit. The pedestrian connections extending to Anthony Street are very narrow, they're enclosed by the adjoining built form, and one of the connections to Anthony Street is in fact recommended to be removed due to safety and entrapment risks. I also note that our city infrastructure team has confirmed that these spaces would not be accepted as laneways under the care and management of this council, and they must stay in the ownership and management of the developer. So before any development could occur, our management's recommendation is that a Section 173 agreement be entered into with the responsible authority in consultation with the City of Melbourne, and that agreement must secure public benefits that are proportional to the floor area uplift above 18:1. those public benefits must be strategically justified. They must be properly valued and calculated. And I am excited to hear that there are those live discussions, including benefits around affordable housing, and hopefully those discussions will lead to a meaningful affordable housing contribution. Of course, though, these issues do need to be satisfactorily addressed before the Minister issues a planning permit. I support the recommendation of officers. I would like to thank them in particular, Julian Edwards, Nick McLennan and your team, and I commend this recommendation to my councillor colleagues. Over to you, Councillor Leilu.
Thank you. I won't really add too much. I want to thank our officers as well, and also to work in identifying all these particular issues. And while it is compliant, Jamie nearly got me there with the laneways. I'm definitely getting you to sell our laneways, ACDC and everything. You make a real sell, but at the end of the day, I think how do we get the maximum benefit? And it's a crucial one, and I leave that one to you. And I think that you guys, willing to work in good faith and to work, and that's how we should be doing in here. We move an inch, we give an inch, and I think that going forward, I do support it as well. And look, there are general concerns and everything, but ultimately I do like it because it is around Queen Victoria Market. We're putting in a lot of renewals. We do put in a lot of things in there so that it could be, many new customers for that particular site. And I think hopefully, the team will say, go shop at Queen Victoria Market, and that will be great appreciated. But ultimately, at the end of the day, also, we got to get the balance right. So you've heard us. I look forward to a great outcome. And again, thank you for the believing in the City of Melbourne, believing in the office space, which is really very brave in this particular climate. But ultimately, it's great. It's a great project, and it's quite beautiful. So commend it.
Thank you, Councillor Leilu. Are there any other speakers to this motion? Yes. Oh, no? All right, Lord Mayor.
All right, look, can I thank you to the submitters this evening on this particular item. It is a very big development, and so it's appropriate that we get scrutiny here at Town Hall prior to the decision from the Minister. Can I begin by saying I concur completely with the thoughtful contribution by the Deputy Lord Mayor around the development uplift arrangements in Melbourne, and I guess I wanted to add my thoughts on that as well. And I do think while Cox have done a great job around the design of the tower, and Jamie, I think you've provided very good advice to your client around how to get the best developer outcome here. I do think that this project does illustrate some of the fact that the development uplift arrangements in Melbourne are now out of date and are urgently in need of reform. They were, set up over 8 years ago. Melbourne has changed very significantly since then. I'm not aware of anyone out there saying Melbourne desperately needs more office space, even though I think this is a better development as a mixed-use development. I'm certainly not aware of anybody out there saying we need to have a developer bonus system which provides new incentives for developers to bring office into the Melbourne market at the moment. And so the fact that on the submission before us, there's a $25 million uplift there for office being part of the development, I don't think that passes the pub test. So I think that it's totally reasonable for it to be a mixed-use development. I can see that there's advantages in that, but I don't think it delivers $25 million of public benefit. I'm pleased to hear that you are in ongoing discussions with the Minister, and there's an expanding affordable housing component as part of that. That's a very welcome development, and I guess from my perspective, I'd encourage you to continue with those discussions. And of course, the thing about office delivering $25 million of uplift, you've got to ask yourself, what's the opportunity cost there? And the opportunity cost is less affordable housing, which Melbourne desperately needs. The opportunity cost is less green space, which Melbourne could really use in a really densely populated part of the city. Less public art, which is always a great thing in a growing, bustling city like ours. So my remarks are not in any way directed at this particular development application. My remarks are directed at the overall planning scheme that we're now operating in, and I think this application illustrates the need for us to really update those development uplift arrangements and make sure that they're fit for purpose for Melbourne in 2025.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Councillor Rouse.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. And I largely agree with everything that has been said, and I do support the recommendation from the officers, and I do appreciate the hard work and due diligence that they've put into preparing this for us. There are a couple of things that I'm not a big fan of in relation to this, specifically the breakdown of apartments and the size of many of those studio apartments, many of which are not much bigger than a juvenile detention centre cell. Noting that this will be largely occupied by students, I question, is that what we want to be doing as a society? The other part that, of course, raises concern, as has been mentioned many times, is the issue of the public benefit in relation to the laneways, and I guess to assert that the laneway that is less than 6 foot wide, that leads to the property, that is no natural sunlight, and has minimal safety in terms of open views for a student accommodation building, I think is borderline insulting to the people of Melbourne. Nonetheless, it does comply with the policies, and so I will be supporting the motion on the screen.
Would any other councillors like to speak to the motion? Councillor Camillo.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. My point is that we will be supporting it, but support some of the points Councillor Rouse raising here, especially if the lights and then the natural light in the laneways. One of the main concerns in here is different from this project, but incorporates that the time of the consultation for the general public was an issue, and I just want to mention to the general public that myself and the other councillors today, we have been raising this topic with the state government today. That's a separate topic, but is related to this application, and we had a lot of objections in that terms, but we are looking into that. Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Would any other councillors like to speak to the motion? No? In that case, I put the motion to the vote. Could all those in favour please raise your hands? That is Councillor Camillo, Councillor Rouse, Councillor Dr Ball, Councillor Lei Liu, Deputy Lord Mayor Campbell, Lord Mayor, Councillor Louis, Councillor Guest, Councillor Liu and Councillor Griffiths. All those against? I take that as an abstention from Councillor Scott. The motion has passed. We now move to agenda item 6.2, Ministerial Planning Referral TPMR 2022-12, 222 and 240 Exhibition Street, Melbourne. Do any councillors need to declare a conflict?
Thank you. I'd like to declare a material conflict based on the fact that I received a donation from one of the proponents.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Yes, I have a conflict in relation to a related party making a campaign donation.
Yes, Councillor Scott.
Sorry, I have the same conflict as the Lord Mayor, related party.
Thank you. Councillor Louis.
Yes, I do also have a related party conflict due to campaign donations.
Thank you. I also have the same conflict, so I'm going to vacate the chair.
That being the case, in the absence of a chair, I would like to nominate Councillor Griffiths to chair this item.
I'll second that.
Thank you. All those who remain in the chamber in favour of that procedural motion, it's carried unanimously. Thank you, Councillor Griffiths.
Thank you, councillors. As mentioned, this is agenda item 6.2, Ministerial Planning Referral TPMR 2022-12, concerning 222 and 240 Exhibition Street, Melbourne. Would councillors like a presentation on this matter? I believe they would, and so I will call on Nick McLennan, our Acting Head of Statutory Planning, to present on this matter.
Thank you, Councillor, and good evening, councillors. Ministerial Planning Application TPM 2022-12 at 222 and 240 Exhibition Street, Melbourne, has been referred to the City of Melbourne for comment by the Minister for Planning, who is the responsible authority for determining the application under the Planning and Environment Act. The application before you tonight has been through several iterations prior to this evening. The application was first lodged in 2022 and has been subject to subsequent amendments in 2023 and more recently in March of this year in response to ongoing comments and concerns. The application is exempt from formal public notice. However, council officers have engaged with local residents on the proposal and have conducted several site inspections throughout the life of the application. Next slide, please. The subject site is located on the southeastern corner of Exhibition and Lonsdale Streets, with Punch Lane and Council Road running along the eastern side of the site, which connect from Little Burke Street through to Lonsdale Street. Immediately adjoining the site to the east are a row of townhouses which front Punch Lane. Next slide, please. This aerial photograph highlights the built form present on the site. 240 Exhibition Street is occupied by the Melbourne Comedy Theatre, which is a 5-storey brick building on the Victorian Heritage Register. 222 Exhibition Street is a larger site with frontages to Exhibition Street, Little Burke Street, Lonsdale Street and Punch Lane. The site is currently developed with a mix of lower scale buildings around a 29-storey tower that fronts Exhibition Street. Next slide, please. The subject site is located on the fringe of the Burke Hill character area and Chinatown. Burke Hill and Chinatown are generally a lower scale with relatively few tall buildings, while areas to the north and northeast of the site are dominated by multi-storey high-rise developments. The bottom diagram shows the proposed tower in the surrounding context. It highlights that the site is within an area of transition from the lower scale area of Burke Hill and the general development area of the CBD. Next slide, please. The proposal itself involves demolition, internal alterations and the construction of a 27-storey mixed-use building, as well as works to the retained Comedy Theatre. The new podium fronting Lonsdale Street and Punch Lane is 6 storeys and includes the office and hotel lobbies, as well as hotel facilities and office space. Entrance to the hotel is proposed off the laneway and for the office off Lonsdale Street. Within the tower, levels 6 to 15 comprise office space and levels 17 to 26 are hotel rooms. Plant for the building is provided on levels 16 and 27. Vehicle access to the site is proposed via Lonsdale Street as it currently is, with waste management to occur within the building. Next slide, please. Finally, we have some renders of the proposal. From this first render is a perspective that the tower is viewed from the east, looking towards the corner of Exhibition and Lonsdale Streets behind the Comedy Theatre. Next slide, please. And this perspective provides a view of the podium as viewed from the south across Lonsdale Street with Punch Lane in the forefront. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Do councillors have any questions for Nick at this point? In that case, we might move on to some presentations, and Nick, I'm sure you'll be ready to jump up and answer any other questions we might have along the way. So I call on Jennifer Eltham, who has requested the opportunity to address the committee in relation to this matter. I ask you to speak for no more than 3 minutes.
Planning today has become a stealthy David and Goliath-like exercise. The City of Melbourne, the state government, and even big developers like LaSalle Investments all have codes of conduct concerning their community engagement. But those words are empty. There's no real education, no meaningful consultation, no genuine effort to include the people who are most affected. Decisions move forward quietly with power concentrated in the hands of developers and planners, while community, ordinary residents are left voiceless and sidelined. The castle was fiction, but for the residents of Punch Lane, it's real. They are living the fight, facing bulldozers and bureaucracy, and yet their voices are ignored. This is not just about Punch Lane. It is every street, every laneway, every apartment in the CBD, including the new 693 apartments in 400 Queen Street. And we hear about how it's important, lanes are important, but we're not promoting, not protecting Punch Lane. Planning decisions affect real lives. The early morning construction that steals sleep, the looming buildings that block sunlight, the privacy that disappears, the streets that are no longer feel like home. Communities are broken and heritage is lost. The sense of belonging is undermined. Communities are left facing a system that speaks in codes and regulations while ignoring the human cost of its choices. People feel powerless in the place they call home. We're not just talking about land and buildings. Town planning is about people. It's about families raising children, neighbours supporting each other and communities thriving. It's about well-being, dignity and the right to have a voice in the place you call home. Yet those who live with the consequences are constantly sidelined, treated as obstacles rather than stakeholders and left to fight for recognition. We demand a human-centred approach. Engagement codes cannot remain empty promises. Residents must be informed, consulted and empowered. Their voices must carry weight in planning decisions. Without that, the city is just buildings. It's not a community. This is not fairness, it's justice. It's time to put people back at the heart of town planning, because without them, a city's heartbeat stops. All that's left is cold concrete, because if we don't, we lose more than our streets and our sunlight. We lose our homes, our neighbourhood, and the very sense of belonging that makes city life. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer, for your submission. I now call on Hamish Ogilvie, I apologise, to speak for no more than 3 minutes. Is Hamish with us? Hamish isn't with us. So I'll move on to Nicola Smith, who asked to speak to us via Zoom. Nicola, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. We might be able to see you as well, so pause for a moment while our tech people do their thing. Now we can both see and hear you. Nicola, I ask you to speak for no more than 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I, just like Jenny, I feel that communities, these developments, they directly affect the people that live in the city. I live in a boutique apartment building in the Burke Hill precinct, which is directly affected by this particular development. I feel that as a community, and there's a lot of residents in this community, I think that we are our sunlight, our daylight, and there's huge impacts from this development that haven't been properly considered. I feel that the design development overlays should mean something. They are there to protect these areas. It is a special character area, Burke Hill precinct. It's low rise, it's fine grain. Putting a gigantic tower like that, which partially demolishes the heritage of the comedy theatre and completely dominating that building, but also the character of the heritage area in the DDO 62, I think is just a complete lack of it's complete oversight. The fact that the setbacks, the bulk of the tower, the height of the tower does not comply with council's own guidelines. I think as a community we have a right to believe that council is going to follow their own rules and frameworks. And when I look at council's sustainability policies and all, what we're supposed to be doing, I think real sustainability is reusing buildings. We've got a lot of empty buildings. Why aren't they being repurposed to destroy a heritage building and compromise so significantly an entire area, which is a jewel in the heart of Melbourne, of Melbourne's crown? I honestly don't know why this is even being considered in its current form. I really, and it's some really inaccurate things in the statements, like, oh, there'll only be some minor impacts on the shadows. A tower, a 27-story tower at the northern edge of this character area has to have a major impact, and it will. And people like myself are directly affected by that lack of daylight, access to sun, the wind. Even with the amelioration, the wind impacts are huge. We live with it and we accept it. We live in the city, but let's protect the little bit that we've got. The daylight. I read all council statements and philosophies and aims and DDOs and all the rest of it, and I think let's reject it in its current form would be my respectful request.
Thank you, Nicola. Please stay on the line there in case any councillors have questions for you as we move along. At the moment, it seems like they don't, so we'll move on to Sean Schroeder from Architectus to speak to us for no more than 3 minutes, please, Sean.
Now, is there any tech movement on here, or is it just... I do have a... Perfect, so I'll just... Thank you, councillors. While I'm waiting, I'll...
Just wait till your presentation comes up and we'll start your time then.
It's not this one. So I did see it there a minute ago. It was one of the... There it is. Second from the left. Wonderful. Thank you. Next slide. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the lands we work and pay respect to the elders past and present and living. This project has been a joint venture between LaSalle Investment Management and the Mariner Group, and has been a long journey of investment around a real commitment around the theatre upgrade and a contemporary and boutique mixed-use development. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. As we suggested, it's in the Burke Hill precinct, right at the edge on the corner of Exhibition and Lonsdale Street. Next slide. And at the heart of this project is a proposal around redeveloping the Fly Tower for the longevity of the theatre, for the capacity for a broader range of performances, and an upgrade that follows the Regent, Princess and Her Majesty's 25 to 30 years ago. Next slide, please. That's fundamental around achieving a 2-metre expansion to the existing tidal line of the Comedy Theatre towards the east into the adjacent site, which is currently the car park extension to 222 Exhibition Street, and extending the wings to both the north and the south, and increasing the functionality both above the stage and below the stage for staff and performance. Back house. Next slide, please. So on the left, the removal of the existing back house and car park entries which dominate Lonsdale and Punch Lane, inserting some new basement levels which become holistically back house, cast and upgrades to theatre, creating a new entry at Punch Lane, and with the change of level, a dedicated entry to commercial and a safe access to the car park, and consolidating the entries to the car park itself. Next slide, please. A contemporary but complementary language that builds a new podium on the corner of Punch Lane and Lonsdale Street. Commercial office, 9 levels, a 270-room hotel boutique offering. Next slide, please. Transition within the city, we talked about Lonsdale and Exhibition Street. We've seen some of these slides, and we'll flick through some of the images as we go through. Next slide, please. From the corner of Lonsdale and Exhibition, next slide. A revitalised, porous, activated brown plane from both Punch Lane to Lonsdale with level 1 as being the shared amenity to commercial and hotel in very much in a contemporary workplace manner. The hotel entry on Punch Lane, dedicated safe access to Intertrip and car parking on your corner there. New entry, consolidated car park, which is more like a front of house porte cochere, and that transparent and porous companion to the Fly Tower, which is a functional and purposeful addition to the Comedy Theatre. The corner of Lonsdale and Exhibition. And one more slide, which is a slide that shows the vehicle management of waste that is clear at 2.28 as a special request. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Were there any questions of Sean from councillors? Councillor Rouse.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. I'm not sure if there's anyone from the Mariner Group who are representing the Comedy Theatre side of things, but can you speak to the removal of the loading dock and what impact one might expect that to have on the traffic flow on Lonsdale Street?
So the current loading dock on Lonsdale Street services 222 Exhibition Street solely. So the loading dock, the loading actually happens from Lonsdale currently for the Comedy Theatre. So that has been consolidated to maintain the existing 222 and the new building.
And the access or loading dock access for the hotel will be likewise done on the street?
No, will be in through the car park entry. So that 2.28 clear height is so that vehicles can go into the car park and load from the goods lift within the existing car park.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor.
Thank you, Sean. If there's no other questions of Sean, Councillor Camillo.
Thank you. In terms of the interest of the hotel, it's showing in the plans that would it be via the laneway. Why is the laneway not Lonsdale when you consider like you have an angle of a stairwell in there? So how can you expect? Are you going to have two entries?
Two entries.
To the hotel.
No, two entries from there's two entries. One dedicated hotel off Punch Lane, and the entry from Lonsdale is commercial, but you can use that to get into the hotel lobby. So two entries that will service the hotel, but the front of house and reception comes off Lonsdale, and you can service it at level 1. Okay. So two entries, yeah. So,
thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Finally, we invite Jamie Govenlock from Urbis back to the podium for the second time tonight. 3 minutes, please, Jamie.
Good evening again, councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this matter. This is a complex but important proposal for the city, where all parties, including two different landowners, being the Mariner Group and the LaSalle Group, Heritage Victoria, DTP and Council, have effectively sort of collaborated to provide for a redevelopment opportunity and outcome for the site, which has been very difficult to achieve over a number of years. The benefits are that the provision of a much-needed refurbishment, additional space and operational capacity for the Comedy Theatre, which will enhance the competitiveness for the theatre to attract the best international shows, mainly from Sydney. We're not competing with Sydney. Sydney's killing us with some of this stuff. No meaningful improvements have occurred to the theatre since it was built in 1928. So this will be one of the major refurbs of its time. The proposal also activates Punch Lane and Lonsdale Streets. There's a car park there at the moment. So what's being proposed here is significantly and infinitely better. It'll also deliver hotel tourist accommodation in the heart of the theatre district. The office component, there's been a lot of conjecture around office tonight. The office component, the floor plates are little. They're 700 square metres. This the opportunity, it's an as of right use, so it doesn't really matter. There's no uplift that's required. But in terms of putting office in this location with small floor plates, it allows for flexible working outcomes when tenants start to leave the larger office floor plates 5 or 6 years down the track and they move out of 120, 101, 477. People are going to be looking for smaller floor plates and more functional spaces. Buildings like this will play a role in that. Notwithstanding the complexities of redeveloping the site, including the individual heritage overlay and the multiple DDOs, there is in principle support from the OVGA, DTP and Heritage Victoria, subject to refinements to the fly tower screening. And it's been a 5-year process to bring everyone together through this process. I note the conditions to further tower setbacks from Punch Lane and Lonsdale Street and activation improvements to Punch Lane. We will be working further with DTP on these issues. So that's something that we will continue to do. In terms of the issues that have been raised by some of the residents tonight from Punch Lane, the easement and access issues, we think they're matters that can be addressed via conditions of permit, things like venue management plans, things like construction management plans. In summary, the proposal represents a high quality built form outcome that will improve the public realm in this location, but importantly the operation and longevity of the Comedy Theatre. We'd like to thank the thorough work that's been done on the planning officers to get us to this meeting, and also we respectfully request support of the proposal from the councillors that are still here. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Were there any questions of Jamie before we move on? I think you can take your seat, Jamie.
Thank you.
Are there any questions of management before we move on to the actual motion? Yes, please proceed, Councillor Guest.
Thank you, David. Just firstly to all speakers, thank you very much. Jennifer and Nicola online, I don't want you to think that your passionate words have fallen on deaf ears. It resonates with me, and I suspect it resonates with a number of my colleagues as well on council. There's no doubt we need to find a balance between new development and the maintaining of great communities, and I think we've spoken about one aspect of what you spoke about, Jennifer, communication with the residents and ratepayers of Melbourne, and it is an area that I think we acknowledge we need to uplift, and we're working on better practices on that front. From that, Nicola, I think, said that she didn't believe this development was compliant. So that is where I'm asking a question now of management. Can you please elaborate one way or another whether that's true or not? Because my understanding is from my more experienced councillors is that, yes, we could knock back this proposal, but it wouldn't do any good if it is in fact compliant with the building regulations. So it's to management, can you please illuminate us, please?
Nick, we invite you back to the lectern.
Thank you, councillors. Yes, so the answer is yes, it doesn't comply, and one of the outstanding matters in the officer's assessment is to seek further setbacks in compliance with those DDOs.
The implication being that the conditions that you've put in your report would make it compliant?
Correct.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions of management before we move on?
Nick,
Councillor Ball.
Yes, thank you. To Jennifer's submission tonight and those who have asked for a deferment of this matter, I note that we are not issuing, this is not a decision to issue a permit tonight, but an opinion we are submitting to the Minister for Planning. Can you speak to the urgency of this motion and whether or not we have the freedom, whether it is advisable to make this decision tonight, or whether we can in fact defer it without any negative consequences?
Thank you, councillor. The risk of not deciding and putting forward a position tonight on the matter would be that the Minister's office issues a decision without council's formal position. The indication to us is that that might be imminent. So deferring the application would put us at risk of not having a formal position put to the Minister.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Is that Councillor Rouse? Yes.
Thank you very much. going through, I believe it had a floor area ratio of 14 and change to 1.
Correct.
And in lay terms, can you just explain the concept of a floor area ratio to the people in the room and those watching at home?
Okay, so
and its use. Why do we calculate the floor area ratio?
Yes. Yes, sorry, thanks, Councillor. So ultimately, the floor area ratio, and I must begin this part of your question with, it's a bit complex on this site because there are multiple DDOs. So the floor area ratio requirement doesn't actually apply to the whole site. And because of that, and the fact that the site is quite large and the built form that is being proposed is quite small, in comparison to that, the floor area ratio does not exceed the mandatory DDO 10 requirement, which part of the site is within. Floor area ratio is in regard to the proposed development, having regard to how much site area there is and floor space. So difficult on this site, I understand, but hopefully that sort of gives you an indication.
2 specific follow-up questions in relation to that. On the area map, I think you used it in your presentation where it had the 222 exhibition and the comedy theatre marked out in red, and I believe it had an image of Punch Lane with an L shape there. Can you just explain that L shape of Punch Lane? Is that part of the development, or where does that fit into?
That's part of the.
So it's. Sorry, I'll let you finish.
Yeah, it's part of the subject site. It's in the basement. It's underneath the lane.
Okay, so there's nothing going in Punch Lane?
Internally?
Yep.
No, nothing going
Fantastic.
in Punch Lane, correct.
And the comedy theatre site, you mentioned a large site plan for a relatively tall and thin construction. Is the comedy theatre site in the calculation of the site plan?
Correct. It's the site area of the whole.
Which includes 222, as we see, 222 and the comedy theatre. My next question would be in relation to the built form of the above the comedy theatre. Would the comedy theatre, if it so wished, could they build something directly above the main site of the comedy theatre?
Given that the subject site of the comedy theatre itself is on the Victorian Heritage Register, it's a significant building. It's highly unlikely that something would be able to be built above it, directly above it.
Yeah. So in terms of the calculation of the floor area ratio, as we've seen before, and legitimately so, by maximising the effective site, the total site, i.e. what we can see on the screen here as being, I assume, the large red area.
Correct.
Which is then considered as a ratio to the floor area of what is being built.
Correct.
And we get this number of 14. The effect of including the comedy theatre site is to say that we will forsake the airspace above the comedy theatre and not build there, and build instead in a more concentrated area where we are planning to build the hotel, to allow us to go, or allow the applicant to go higher than they normally would be allowed. Is that the effective in lay terms?
Not necessarily higher than they're allowed.
Higher than they normally would.
Yeah, floor area ratio and height are different. In this instance, given the subject site is so large, it does afford the proposal that opportunity to not have a floor area ratio that would go above what it otherwise might if it were a smaller site. However, the subject site itself and the location of this tower is still required to consider the development controls, i.e. the DDOs, and we say that there is still work to be done on that.
And you're correct in saying it's not about allowed or not allowed. As we saw in the item previously, it means there needs to be an element of public benefit. Just noticing there was nodding coming from the previous speakers. Could I just ask if they agree with my lay approximation of the floor area ratio and the use of the comedy theatre in that site area calculation? The whole comedy theatre site?
Jamie, if you're going to speak, I might ask you to come back to the microphone, I think, so that people online can hear you. Thank you.
Sorry. Yeah, so in layman's terms, if you're... but the subject site is the subject site. So even if you're not... Look, I haven't done this calculation, but if you weren't including the comedy theatre and you were just building on the 222 Exhibition Street, there's an existing tower on that site. whether by putting a tower, like a mini tower, on the corner of Punch Lane, whether that would take you above the 1 to 18, I'm not sure. But in this case, because there's two owners involved, the Comedy Theatre and LaSalle, it's considered the one planning unit, if I can put it that way. So effectively, even though it's two titles or even three titles, it's the one site for the purpose of measuring plot ratio.
Yep.
I hope that explains it.
That does. Thank you.
No worries.
One more question for management, if I
Sure.
may. Thank you very much.
Oh.
Sorry, I'll allow Councillor Camillo to jump in.
Sorry. I just want if you could explain a little bit what's the contacts your company had with the local residents, especially the houses in there. There are townhouses that have been for years in there. Do you guys have any meetings with them prior to the application?
Sure.
How was the contact? If you could explain a little bit more.
Yeah.
If you feel like they had enough consultation by your point of view or not.
I can't say personally because I haven't been involved in any of those meetings. I don't know whether my client or my client's company has had those discussions. It's just something I can't answer because I don't know. But I personally haven't been involved. But that's not a strange thing because in the capital city zone, there isn't any formal public notification, if I can put it that way.
Thank you.
Councillor Rouse, did you indicate you had one more question for management?
Yes, please.
We'll ask Jamie to return to his seat. Nick to come back up to the lectern.
So we've agreed the lay assessment is understood. So in effect, what we're seeing is the airspace above the Comedy Theatre effectively being traded off to allow a larger built form to be built under the 18:1 ratio behind it. We're using the Comedy Theatre to increase the site, increasing the number on the bottom half of the fraction without impacting the number on top of the fraction.
So that's in the sense that the DDO 10, where it applies, would not allow that. There's no FAU in the other DDOs. That's more to height and setbacks.
Yep.
So the height is what we're considering and the setbacks is what we're considering. So the trade-off, there is a trade-off, yes. We're looking at purely from that perspective of height and setback, the other DDOs, which then we say aren't being met at this stage.
Right. But the trade-off is on an area that at this point in time we believe couldn't be built up because of the heritage nature.
Well, that and also that hasn't been proposed as part of this application.
Thank you.
I can see that Evan Council, our General Manager of Strategy, Planning and Climate Change, has grabbed the microphone and might wish to illuminate things further for councillors.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to Nick for answering the question. Just to support the council, I think the line of questioning is somewhat hypothetical. So just to support at a very high level, floor area ratio, if the site were 100 square metres and the floor area ratio were 4:1, the development area would be 4 times 400 square metres or 1,600. If it were 1,000 square metres, we'd be talking about 4,000 square metre building. This is the land that the developer or group of developers own that's subject to the planning application. So if what's on the screen is 1,000 square metres, under the planning rules, they can build up to 18,000 square metres of floor area before something's required. The line of questioning around the development capacity of the Comedy Theatre standalone subject to state heritage is actually not a relevant planning consideration in terms of what's in front of council this evening. So just to clarify that for councillors and members of the public, I know it can be a confusing and complex framework and it's good to try and clarify these matters, but just to help council in the decision making and the planning rules of the day as they stand.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for management? In that case, thank you, Nick, and we'll ask for the motion to be put up on the screens for us to consider. Councillor Camillo.
I'd like to propose an alternative motion, Councillor Griffiths.
Can we ask, please, that that alternative motion is put up on the screen? And let's just slowly scroll through that so that Councillor Camillo and councillors can be confident that we've got the right one there. Councillor Camillo, does that look like what you were intending to move as the alternate motion?
Yes, please. And
do you have a seconder for that motion?
Yes, Chair, that would be me.
Excellent. In that case, Councillor Camillo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. So what we have been hearing tonight for some of the objections is pretty strong, and we had just an application before, and it's always the same complaints that the majority of people, they don't have enough time to make their submissions. I understand the plan application is run by state government, but we have been advocating here in the City of Melbourne, how can we change that in the future? I recognize I'm a resident of the city too. It's never enough time. In 1 week, you can have time. You don't have the knowledge. You're not an architect or engineer to be reading the papers and make your proper submission. So I just get to rest with the community here. We will be, especially next year, I spoke with the Lord Mayor today. We're going to be trying to advocate how we ameliorate these kind of conditions for the general public. But today, those are the conditions. The planning application in here, as we ask, they follow the rules. I cannot be not supporting this today, but I put this substantial motion in order to the developers, together with state government, if they could address some of the issues to less impact the residents that has been for a long time, for many years, having townhouses. To tell the truth, it doesn't have too much townhouses like that in a street in the city. So we need to find the right balance in here. And that's why I'm putting there. And so is that I'm putting forward this alternative motion, which includes these additional conditions. Notably, it requests the applicant to prepare a hotel management plan detailing operational, safety, amenity, and compliance measures, as well as process for managing complaints. As a result, I hope these measures will ensure that development balances the growth and activity with the needs and expectations of the surrounding community. At the same time, for the economy of the city, I welcome a new hotel, and I hope that guests in there is going to bring more foot traffic for the theaters, for the restaurants, embrace what city living is. But at the same time, we always need to find the right balance. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Camillo. Councillor Ball, do you wish to speak?
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. I note that this proposal is still subject to approval from Heritage Victoria, and the heritage considerations will be dealt with then by that authority. I am happy to support measures that make this theatre viable after its first century of operation, and to refer this matter to the Minister with the conditions imposed by or suggested by our planners. And I think it's very worthwhile making this referral to the Minister and for her to deal with those conditions as recommended by our excellent planning department. And I thank them for that work. I thank the mover of this motion for his amendment and our officers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Were there any other councillors who wish to speak? Councillor Rouse.
Just quickly, thank you, Councillor Griffiths. I think this is an instance using the floor area ratio and I'll explain my previous comments, using heritage buildings in the calculation of the floor area ratio. I believe, my view is it doesn't pass the pub test, but the pub test is not what we're needing to pass today. And I note and thank Evan Council for his comments to make sure that was clear to everyone watching at home. I think, as Councillor Ball said, this is a positive thing for the theatre and for the theatre district. And I hope we have an opportunity to amend those rules later. But as far as I can see, it is compliant with the amendments from officers and recommendations from officers. It will be compliant. And so I'm happy to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Rouse. Were there any other speakers? Councillor Camillo, did you want to exercise your right of reply?
Thank you. I just, I think, forgot to thank you, all the submitters again, Jenny and Nicola and everyone. I feel the passion. I know the pain, and I feel the pain, but I think we need to find the right balance. So these improvements, I hope, will attract a range of productions, further reinforcing Melbourne's reputation as arts and events capital, and also hopefully we need to get the right balance of residents, and we will be keeping advocating for that, for them to rest assured. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Camillo. We'll now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hands. I declare that carried unanimously and invite the councillors who've declared a conflict of interest back into the room. And I believe the Deputy Lord Mayor to resume the chair. Perhaps before I return the chair to the Deputy Lord Mayor, I'll note that we're moving on to agenda item 6.3, a planning scheme amendment C417 Macaulay. Are there any councillors who wish to declare a conflict of interest? Lord Mayor.
Chair, I have a conflict of interest related to this matter in relation to one of the submitters around the planning scheme amendment was a donor to my campaign.
Chair, I have the same conflict.
Chair, I too also have the same conflict. And Chair, I have the same conflict.
No worries, other than I do wonder whether we are quorate at this point in time and perhaps then seek advice from governance as to how to deal with the situation. Do we need to take a break for a few minutes?
If all councillors would like to come back, we can do an adjournment, or alternatively, we can move to the next item and come back to this later.
Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Go to question time.
Okay, so thank you. Thank you, Lord Mayor. I note that you're returning and that we haven't started discussion or debate on 6.3 as yet.
Move a procedural motion that we move on to agenda item 6.4. And I'm looking for somebody to second that. Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. All those in favour of us moving to agenda item 6.4 as the next order of business? That is passed. We move on to agenda item 6.4, City of Melbourne Heritage Strategy, Stories of People and Place. And I believe
I have a procedural motion for that item, Lord Mayor. Council Business could bring it up. Yes, I'll move that motion, Lord Mayor.
Do you have a seconder for that procedural motion? I'm happy to second it. Oh,
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Rouse. All right, let's put that procedural motion to the vote. All those in favour? We're agreeing that that has been passed unanimously, that item will be deferred. We move, therefore, on to the next agenda item, Safe City Camera Draft Policy. Would councillors like a presentation in relation to this item? Looking at you, Councillor Camillo, I think that's probably worthwhile. Yeah. Safe City Camera, you want a presentation? All right, I'll invite Rick Quarsek, our GM of Infrastructure, to please make his way to the lectern and we can receive a presentation on this item. Thank you, Rick.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and through you. The presentation this evening, or the consideration this evening, is in relation to a draft Safe City Camera policy. Next slide, please. The presentation will cover the program and the scope of the program, an engagement process that we've undertook and the outcomes of that engagement, and how local laws will work with the new Safe City Camera policy. Next slide, please. So the policy has been delivered or will be delivered in 3 specific stages. This evening's consideration is very much around a policy review and the inclusion of local laws authorised officers undertaking or using the policy to assess the administration of the local law. Upgrading the infrastructure or the back end of the existing network is also part of the first stage of the policy. Phase 2 looks at expanding the existing Safe City Camera network, and we're proposing to have that evaluated and completed by the end of March 2026. And Phase 3 looks at a review of the video analytics or artificial intelligence that may be considered as part of the policy development. It's intended that we'll have a better understanding of that by June 2026. Just confirming that this evening's consideration is about phase 1 of that implementation. Not good for the computer. Next slide, please.
Safety camera attached there.
In relation to the consultation that was undertaken, there was a significant spread in general demographics. There was a high student presence in the survey results. Residents were well represented, with around 50% of participants from residents. There was representation from business owners, not a huge representation, but we undertook a specific type of engagement with businesses through our concierge service. There was a high representation from people aged 30 years and under, representing about 57% of the total responses. And there was a significant representation from diverse members of our community, representing about 39%. Next slide, please. I guess the key areas of concern in relation to the survey responses predominantly related to privacy and surveillance concerns in relation to the use of CCTV cameras. There was a concern around AI and facial recognition. However, this is not a proposal as part of this update to the policy. There was concern about data protection and the way the data is managed. There was also a preference for alternative preventive measures rather than the use of CCTV. There was consideration around the risk of misuse and function creep in the way we use the cameras. I guess there was also concern represented as a disproportionate response to minor issues related to in the local law. There were, however, areas of support. Generally speaking, there was support for addressing issues associated with waste management, dumping of rubbish, environmental matters, and I guess breaches of the local law that related to public purse expenditure. Next slide, please. I think an important factor is how we will be introducing the changes to the local law. So once the policy has been approved, we'll be adjusting our standard operating procedures to include the possible uses of safe city footage. Local laws authorised officers will undertake investigations, as we do today, in relation to the local law, and may request safe city footage to support that investigation. The request for footage will be on an application process and will only be available to authorised officers. There will be an approach whereby authorised officers will seek authority from people managers, and this will be a written application. It'll be a fairly robust process, and our authorised officers will not have access to view footage live. If the safe city camera footage is received, it will form part of an overall investigation. We currently investigate issues that relate to the local law. The footage received will purely support that application. If footage is not available, or if a camera is not present in a particular area, the authorised officers will still proceed with investigations as they do today. Investigations into referrals for things such as camping, small litter offences, etc., which require identification of alleged offenders, will actually not use the safe city camera footage. Next slide, please. That concludes the short presentation. Happy to take any further questions.
All right, thank you very much for that, Rick. Are there any questions from councillors for Rick Kwasek?
I may have questions later. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Councillor Ball, we'll wait till later. All right, thank you, Rick. If there's no questions, please resume your seat. All right, I now call on Anastasia Beasley, who has been patiently waiting and requested the opportunity to address the committee in relation to this matter. Please, Anastasia, limit your remarks to 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. So I'm presenting some concerns about the expansion of scope that we're considering today, noting that expanding the scope is largely useless without then going to the further steps of including AI, including biometric identification, because I don't think there are a lot of laws you can enforce without identifying the people who are committing infringements. With this expansion, people might be able to be identified if they're in their branded work uniform or their work car when they're committing crimes, but I'm not sure. I guess we don't know how common that is. Can we go to the next slide, please? This is some of the real data from the consultation. You can see that even in the most supportive category, which is the environmental category, 69% are not at all supportive. And next slide, please. Even business owners who are very concerned about these issues, only 3 of them supported the use of these cameras to address them. Next slide, please. I've found a few different figures floating around which have been kind of confusing. So the introduction to the budget for this financial year says 2.1 million altogether. Today in these documents we've been quoted 2.07 million. There's meant to be 1.5 million for upgrade in a different section of the budget. So I think we need a clearer definition of that before this is decided and endorsed. And there's no dollar figure yet on the expected returns. I'm wondering if there's an estimate of the cost avoidance that you're expecting through, not having to clean graffiti, or if there's an expected raise in fine revenue, and how many of those fines are really expected to be collected for local laws infringements. Can I have the next slide, please? Not in an insulting way, but this community consultation was meant to have 4 weeks initially when we decided this at the 6th of May meeting. That was reduced to 3 weeks because the report that was due by July did not come until the 29th of July. People have had very little time and very little ability to actually speak to council about this. So I was at one pop-up consultation, the only one that wasn't cancelled, and it was held in the corridor of Kathleen Syme Library because nobody had booked a room for it, which to me really speaks of carelessness. Can I have the next slide, please? Liberty Vic can't respond until next year, and they are one of the key stakeholders who was there at the inception of the Safe City camera program. So they are required to contribute and to be consulted on this. Same thing with different cultural groups in the community. And the reason I'm saying all of this is because you don't know who's going to take over this project after you're no longer in office. And we don't know where going to be able to trust them to kind of uphold the beautiful values of a safe city. And the legal and financial risk that is kind of being taken on by the city, I think, is bigger than was really considered by this policy. So can I have the next slide, please? These are just all of the gaps that I wanted to note. Oh no, I'm sorry. Okay, can we skip through like 3 slides? Can we just skip to, oh yeah, that's the legal and financial risk. Can we skip through, please?
All right, I will. You're doing a great job here, Anastasia.
Thank you. I have a lot to
You've obviously put
say.
a lot of work into this presentation. Out of respect for our other submitters, I do need to ask you to.
You did let the development people
come
go
to
at
a
least a minute
conclusion
over.
with
I
your
am going to make
remarks.
a
What's the final
concluding
point?
remark. The
What's your
concluding remark
concluding
is my
remark?
final slide, please. We already have we've won an award for the innovative use of AI to manage rubbish, which I believe is one of your key objectives here. We already have this technology. We already have really talented data analysts at the City of Melbourne who are doing this in a safe and privacy respecting way. So all in all, this policy is just not necessary. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, that concludes our submitters. So I will now call on a councillor to move a motion. Councillor Camillo, in your hands. That's the motion you wish to move?
Yes.
Okay, is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Liu, back to you, Councillor Camillo.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm pleased to be...
Excuse me,
Yep.
if I may, sorry to interrupt, Councillor Camillo. Is this the point at which I can propose an amendment before the motion is moved?
Yes, you can. I mean, it has been moved and seconded, but yes, you can propose an amendment if you wish.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can't put an
Yeah.
amendment before the substantive has
Yes,
been moved.
yes, I think, okay, let's proceed. You can speak to it and you can speak to it as seconder.
And then
Proceed, Councillor Camillo.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm pleased to move this motion before us tonight. This has been many years in the making, and I'm immensely proud of the work we have done to get this far, especially for the management and everyone in here. I would also like to thank the City Precinct, Collins Street Precinct Group, and the North and West Melbourne Precinct Association for their submissions tonight in favor of this motion. These precinct groups represent business, and it's great to hear their views that the safe city cameras are making a real difference out there and in the community. Tonight, we are being asked to endorse the final Safe City Camera Program Policy and an update framework designed to strengthen safety, transparency, and accountability across our CCTV network. We have been listening to the feedback, and as a result, we have made several changes to the policy, and those are the changes. Clarity on how council cameras will be handled. Added additional information from the privacy impact assessment into the policy, and added a standard review period of 2 years. But equally important is how the policy will be implemented. As the report notes, we are taking a phased implementation approach to allow important transitional activities to occur. Activities such as ensuring appropriate safeguards are in place for privacy and increasing transparency and in community awareness about the program. I would like to thank the officers for this incredible work on this policy and all the community members who took the time to give us the feedback. Tonight's about delivering an efficient, safer, more accountable, and more transparent safe city camera programs for Melbourne, and I commend the motion before us this evening.
Thank you, Councillor Camillo. Councillor Gladys Liu.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just very quickly, these cameras play a vital role in reducing crime and ensuring Melbourne remains a safe and welcoming city for residents, visitors, and businesses alike. This policy has undergone extensive community engagement, and changes have been made to reflect some of the feedbacks received. And I want to emphasize what Councillor Camillo has said. The implementation of the policy will include measures to ensure good governance, transparency, and clear communication with the community. So I want to thank the officers for their excellent work in developing this policy, and I look forward to seeing the impact it has on our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Liu. Are there any other councillors who wish to speak to this motion before us? Or would you like to?
At this point, I would like to move an amendment to the motion, please. Council
let's
business.
Put the amendment up on the screen.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Can we just give a moment to people to have a look at that?
I think the governance rules require that it's read into the record, so allow me to do that. The amendment here is to add the following additions to the policy. That is, firstly, explicit commitments to not use the Safe City camera program to enforce local laws against camping in respect of people experiencing homelessness, as per pages 23 and 24 of the report from management. And secondly, an explicit commitment not to monitor the cameras in real time in relation to local laws or regulations, which comes from page 4 of the report.
All right, thank you for moving that. Is there a seconder for this amendment? Councillor David Griffiths. Back to you, Councillor Ball.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I'm very pleased that this amendment has the full support of management, and it doesn't change anything proposed by management. It doesn't change the recommendations from our officers. What it simply does, as I hope is quite clear, is move 2 of the commitments that are found in the report from management on those page references to being explicitly included in writing in the policy document itself, for the ease of reference of the public of the future and for clarity. I'm very happy to take questions from my colleagues, but I do hope you can support this with the support of management. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Griffiths as the seconder.
Very, very briefly, Lord Mayor, I think Councillor Ball has spoken eloquently to why these amendments are useful to have at this point in time, particularly given that they relate directly to the presentation that we had at the beginning from Rick Kwasek, and I believe that this will make it more transparent, and I'm very happy to second the motion.
All right, thank you. Would any councillor like to speak for or against the amended motion that is before us? Councillor Camillo.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Unfortunately, we will not support this amendment because the amendment does not change what management is proposing to it. It simply spells out in the policy. So I don't see the necessity for that. Otherwise, we need to raise all the important topics that are in the program in there and what's being proposed. So I don't see the relevance in here, and that's why I got to be voted against.
All right, thank you. Look, I will also speak to this proposed amendment. Can I begin by saying that, Councillor Dr. Ball, I really very much appreciate the scrutiny and the suggested amendments you have put forward around the development of this policy at various stages of this process. I think we get to better policy outcomes because of your contributions. I should also put on the record that I myself have a long history of involvement in law making in this area. I was one of the founding directors of Liberty Victoria, and so these are matters that I take very seriously. In the case of this proposed amendment, I just can't bring myself to support it. Looking at that proposal there to not monitor cameras in real time in relation to local laws or regulations, I can think of times when it would be very good to be able to live monitor cameras in relation to the enforcement of local laws. Local laws cover indecent acts. Local laws cover molesting a person. Local laws cover making threats, offensive behaviour. Local laws cover illegal dumping and illegal construction activity. I can see very practical, common sense reasons why there would be times when you would want to be able to step in a live situation that we've become aware of through the use of our Safe City camera network, and we would do that for the good of our community. So on this particular case, I can't support that particular proposed amendment. Councillor.
Oh, can I ask a question perhaps relevant to that? Lord Mayor, I believe what you're suggesting there goes further than the management recommendation at the moment. I'm not sure if this is a question for management or for you, but are you suggesting that you want council to make a decision that we do have real-time monitoring for these situations?
I'm simply saying that I can't support that motion as it's drafted, as it explicitly requires the policy to not monitor the cameras in real time in relation to local laws or regulations. And I can think of some very practical problems that would arise if council was to support that motion as it is drafted. Councillor Guest.
Thank you, Nick, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Olivia, Councillor Ball too, because I think, in all fairness, there are some very good points being made here on all fronts. Perhaps that amendment isn't worded as well as it could be, but I do appreciate the reasons why it's gone up there. I think a CCTV camera program is something that should be, gone over with a fine-tooth comb. I think the potential for abuse is seriously there. Lord Mayor, I think you're right. There are reasons why it could be used in real time and using local laws, but I can also see ways that I really, really don't want to see it be used in terms of petty revenue raising on behalf of council. For the most part, I would like to see this sort of system put in the hands of the police, but I know we're experiencing difficult times here in the city at the moment, and so it is that moment where we need to beef these things up. But whilst, okay, this amendment may not in itself strengthen the policy, I do think there is scope for this policy to be reviewed at a later date. I think it's something that we should monitor very carefully. I think Olivia Ball is making some good points when it comes to the CCTV program. With that said, okay, we're going to have a CCTV program, but I think it's incumbent upon us all to make sure that it's used appropriately.
Thank you, Councillor Guest. Any other councillors want to speak to this proposed amendment? Councillor Rouse.
Just a question for management. Given the arguments that have been raised, I'm not sure who the most appropriate person to ask would be. If the amendment on the screen was to pass, how would that impact the day-to-day function of the Safe City team, and what issues would you expect that this may create? Or conversely, if it was not to pass, what would be the impact or effect or change there?
Who wants to respond to that? Here. Thank you, Dean. Over to you.
Thank you, and through you, Lord Mayor. The monitoring of or the local using the Safe City camera program for local laws will not. It's not our proposal to have it live. So a local laws officer is viewing live footage. It opens up a number of risks at that point in time that they may see other issues happening within the city that is more of a police-related matter, and therefore our recommendation and in the policy is that it will be that they will put an application into the Safe City team for footage whilst they're doing an investigation that comes up. So in answer to Councillor Rouse's question, if the amendment stayed as is, it is highlighting matters that are already in the policy.
What about in relation to 5.1.1?
5.1.1, so that's specifically in relation to camping. It was something when we were putting together the policy, it started to come down to people who were experiencing homelessness. When we're monitoring camping or going to enforce camping, if you like, it's a conversation we need to have with the people that are inside the tent. To check on their welfare, to check on how they are experiencing, to do a service referral that comes to them, and to obtain compliance with the local law in relation to camping. So we can't see a reason that we'd use the cameras at the time to actually go out and pick that up. We have other processes to pick that up with staff on the road.
Okay. So let me ask the question another way. Is there the amendment that's been put forward by Councillor Ball and seconded by Councillor Griffiths, do you see it having any practical effect on how the proposed policy that's before us would operate?
So the proposed policy before you has those two items in there at the pages that have been referenced in the motion. So it the proposal is to highlight those matters, and therefore, I won't. It's up to council to consider that. I won't go any further on that one.
No, that's okay. I'm just asking you a question. If council was to support the amendments that's been put forward by Councillor Ball and Councillor Griffiths, would it have any practical impact on how the current policy that councillors would vote on under the substantive motion that's been put forward by Councillor Camillo, would it make any difference to the operations of that policy?
Nil.
The answer to that is no. Okay. Well, then I guess that asks at least to a second question, which is, well, what's the point of that amendment if it makes no practical difference to the policy?
I think that's something for council to consider.
I think you suggested that it would highlight those two particular points that are currently embedded in the existing policy that's before us. Not the existing policy, the proposed policy that's before us this evening.
Lord Mayor, I could venture an answer to your question. We see from the community engagement process just undertaken the very low levels of confidence of the public in our ability to manage this program, and I would suggest that making these commitments explicit in the document that carries forward on our website, not just in the resolution or the report from management, which is very easily lost, is an important step forward to restore and rebuild the faith of the community in this government.
All right. Rick Quasick, did you want to add anything to Dean's comments about the practical effect of the amendments that are before us?
Through you, Lord Mayor, I support Dean's comments, given that these particular clauses and lines are actually referenced directly in and have been referenced from the policy, but it is a matter for council to consider.
All right. Deputy Lord Mayor. Sorry, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just a question, perhaps it's a question of you, Rick. Pages 23 and 24 appear to be the human rights impact assessment. Is that correct? So you're saying that that assessment forms part of the policy?
These have been referenced in the officer report. The way the policy is intended to operate will reflect the comments made on the page there, or the lines made on the page there.
So the policy will be confined by what's in the human rights impact assessment?
The human rights impact assessment informs the way the policy has been developed,
yes,
as do the other supporting documents.
Yes, but those page references are not the policy. They are instead the human rights impact assessment.
That's correct.
Thank you.
All right. Would anybody else like to speak to this proposed amendment? Councillor Rouse.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And look, noting the redundancy that I think that has been pointed out, I think it's a very fair point. However, the fact that it took me more than a few minutes to find the relevant information in this document, once I even had the page numbers, and to find the right page 4 in a document that has 6 different page 4s, I think it is of value to highlight important specific parts of a relevant motion. This is something that we've done many times before. I've seen many councillors do this before as well, so I'm very happy to support it, noting that it has no effective impact on the outcome or functionality of council's important functions in regards to safety for the community.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Rouse. Any other councillors wish to speak to this proposed amendment? No? All right. In that case, we'll put the amendment to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Ball, Councillor Rouse, Councillor Griffiths, Councillor Guest. All those against. Councillor Camillo, Councillor Campbell, Councillor Rees, Councillor Louis, Councillor Liu, Councillor Scott. All those abstaining. Councillor Leilu. That amendment has failed. We return to the substantive motion. Back to you, Councillor. Are there any other speakers to...
I do wish to move a second motion, amendment, please.
You may do that.
Thank you. It is a block amendment with a number of different items in it, which I have circulated to all councillors if you wish to refer to it, but I can read that into the record, or would you like a seconder first, and I'll then proceed with the speech?
Yes, I'll seek a seconder for that item. Councillor Griffiths, back to you, Councillor Ball.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I make these further amendments, I seek to make them, accepting that it is the clear intent of this Lord Mayor and committee to expand the uses of this government's CCTV network. I want to ensure that the policy is done well and thoroughly, and to put this expanded program on the best possible footing. Given the large, huge number of public submissions expressing a low level of trust in council with respect to this program, I think this thoroughness of policy making is vital to restore public confidence. And so these further amendments I wish to move en bloc to welcome the policy development that supports the Safe City Camera program and the community feedback on this evolving draft, to request that the gender impact assessment, which is a part of the report we've received tonight, be referred to our audit committee for consideration and review. And I do thank the chair of that committee attending tonight. I wish to request advice from management on how body-worn camera footage is to be recorded and managed, which is a new phenomenon for the City of Melbourne, and whether this should be included in this policy or the subject of a separate policy. Further, the number 4 is the one we've just moved, or has council business taken that out? No. Okay, thank you. If you could take out that clause, which is the amendment we just voted on. Thank you. I wish to request a further draft of this policy to be brought to the future Melbourne Committee, revised to incorporate the work outlined in paragraph 20 of the report from management, which in large measure encapsulates, but very briefly, a number of matters of feedback from the public. I wish it to incorporate further any feedback from the Audit Committee, including its consideration of the gender impact assessment. I wish it to incorporate any feedback from the Homelessness Advisory Committee, including its review of the Homelessness Operating Protocol, which the Human Rights Impact Assessment, which Rick has just told us about, is part of the way this policy should work, has asked that the protocol be reviewed and considered. I wish that it would incorporate a further draft of this, incorporates the views of the legal sector on the optimum length of time for footage retention, because I'm aware of concerns that 28 days is actually not long enough. I don't myself wish to propose what that optimum length of time should be, but I would like the legal sector to be consulted on the question. I further request incorporation of a process for deciding which private cameras, if any, may be added to our government's camera network. The private cameras are now mentioned in this revised draft, but there is nothing about how any future private cameras would be added and the process by which that would occur. I'm seeking also that a revised draft of the policy include the maximum possible information about the camera program in the interests of transparent government, and that the policy stipulate a commencement date from which it takes effect and a revision date. And finally, that either policy settings relating to body-worn camera footage are included in the revised draft, or else we are to receive advice on when a separate policy on body-worn camera can be expected. I'm concerned that the gender impact assessment doesn't consider the impact of CCTV on women fleeing domestic violence or tech-facilitated abuse. And that's one of the matters I'm concerned about. And that's why I would very much like the Audit Committee's opinion on how women might be affected, or anyone fleeing violence might be affected by our CCTV system, which I doubt has undergone a gender impact assessment at the time of its implementation in the 1990s. And I so move those amendments seeking a further review of the policy, please.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Before we move to Councillor Griffiths, can we just scroll back to the top of that motion so that councillors can see it? All right, over to you, Councillor Griffiths.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll be brief because I can see from what happened with the previous amendment that the likelihood of this amendment succeeding, good as it is probably reasonably unlikely. We know that this program is expanding rapidly at the moment and that there are some reasons why that may be a good thing. But with such a rapidly expanding program that is moving into so many different areas of policy, I think it really behoves this council to ensure that we are doing everything we can to have the keenest of eagle eyes on that throughout that policy creation process, with the good work of Councillor Ball and certainly with the assistance of officers. We've discussed many of these changes along the way and have tried to stay on top of that. But we can see from this long list that's presented in the motion before us tonight that there are a great many different things happening in regard to this policy, not only in what we're approving tonight, but in what will be happening in coming weeks, months and years. This is a space that is changing rapidly, and I think that this motion, or this amendment rather, really does seek to make sure that council can satisfy itself that we're making every possible attempt to stay on top of a very rapidly changing policy environment, I thank Councillor Dr Ball for the work that's gone into this and hope that my fellow councillors will also be keen to stay abreast of all of the changes that are going to be happening in this space that this amendment will allow us to do.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Would any other councillors like to speak to this item? Councillor Camillo.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just want to assure to the public those amendments was this motion was proposed to me today, and then I went there and did the diligence to speak with the management and the staff of the City of Melbourne, and it was recommended to me that a lot of in there has been addressed in the current plan and what's being proposed to the public, a lot of them, and it's sufficient to bring to the public what's necessary for our community now at the moment. So as a result of that, I will not be supporting that, because I have been few hours before, as usually happen in council, things pop up and we need to run around and make research and make decisions the last minute. I'm not a last minute person for those kind of things. This has been more than a year, and a lot of time that this council has been researched for us to reach to the point, and we need to be proving ourselves day by day that the CCTV cameras are good. I just got to give you an example. When you have someone throw fire in the door of a church in Melbourne, what happened? Our CCTV cameras was able to catch that. So it has a variety of things that we're not using cameras very efficient in this council. And when I come to the council, I realized that I could not comprehend, for example, we have cameras and we could not be used those cameras to identify litter in the street or identify that someone, I got to give you an example, that was killed in the street. And today I got to mention the name. Sisto Malaspina from the Pellegrinis. He died in the street and have someone suffer mental health in there for many hours. And if perhaps we had a camera and send someone or a community safety officer to speak with that person, maybe it could be saving lives. So when people tell, it's very rapidly and very urgently, we bring things in here. Yes, because has people in there suffer mental health. Has people has been robbed every day. And we have homeless people that they need help every day. So I think it should be your duty of care when you see someone camping in the street to go and offer help and extend the hand. And I don't think we have been doing that. We just have been safeguards anything to not take action. But my message is I come to this council and I think other councillors to make things happen. And we're here taking action today. And we had a group of people in here tonight, in council, that has been work hours and hours, and a group in a team that is very serious, has been research every single piece before coming to you guys, and I have a document in there. And we had a legal support. And Lord Mayor, can I ask anything for Rick to comment on that, or is not appropriate?
Unless Rick wishes to comment.
I
think you can put a question to Rick.
Yeah, Rick, can you very briefly question, Lord Mayor. Ricky, can you just inform me that you were consulted today about those topics, and what's your vision on that, or the council's vision as the management view? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Camillo, and through you, Lord Mayor. The proposed motion was put to management. We did review the motion and suggested the alternative, which was considered earlier. We feel that many of the sort of suggestions here will be undertaken as part of the development of the policy over time, and we will be returning to council at several points to actually review the policy, and that will provide an opportunity for amendment.
All right. Thank you, Rick. Are there any other councillors who want to speak to this proposed amendment?
Just a question.
Yep, Councillor Rouse.
Perhaps most likely for yourself. Rick, you note that most of the things in the amendment will likely occur irrespective. Can I just ask a question around the body-worn cameras? These, of course, I believe are a new addition to council with the CSOs, which I've gotten some positive reviews from the community. How is the footage currently treated that is captured by the body-worn cameras from them, or is that because of the timing in relation to the CSOs being brought into existence and this policy, has that just been missed, or where does that sit?
The body-worn cameras sits as part of our corporate camera network. We have information on the website that relates to how the footage is managed and controlled, and it's controlled and managed in line with our corporate camera network processes. So this information is available for the public on the website. It is different to the Safe City Camera Network, and it doesn't stream back into our control centre.
And understandable if you don't know the answer off the top of your head, but is the access to that footage effectively and functionally the same as someone's ability to get access to the CCTV footage?
I would probably have to check on that. However, there is strict controls around how that data and information is accessed, and there are strict protocols on how the body-worn cameras are activated. So that information is available on the website.
Thank you.
Would any other councillors like to speak to this proposed amendment? I'll just briefly say I want to thank Councillor Ball for putting forward these suggestions. I think there are some reasonable ideas in here. I was very pleased, Rick, to hear you say, and this would, I think, be very much the expectation of councillors, that this policy is not a case of set and forget, and that there's a number of inbuilt ongoing review processes that will be occurring. That will include the Homeless Advisory Committee, it involves the Audit Committee, it involves things like gender impact assessments and so on. And they're all very good things. And in fact, I think they're absolutely necessary things. The reason why I can't vote for this amendment, though, is if we could just scroll to the very top, it edits and removes the words that the future Melbourne Committee, that the City of Melbourne endorse the Safe City Camera Program policy. And I think the community needs to hear very loudly and clearly that we do support a new Safe City Camera policy in Melbourne, and I think the community expects us to put safety at the top of our agenda here at the City of Melbourne, and I think that's what this policy does. So to move to an amended motion that has us not endorsing that would be problematic from my perspective. All right, are there any other councillors who wish to speak to it? Councillor Andrew Rouse.
One more question, if I may, Lord Mayor. You raise a really fantastic point. Operationally, Rick, I assume you're the correct person to answer. What would the impact be of the amendment if it was not endorsed, but the amended motion up on the screen? And in terms of timeframes that might take, or how might that delay the process to the best of your awareness?
Thank you, Councillor Rouse, for the question, and through you, Lord Mayor. We feel the policy is ready for endorsement. It will allow us, if Council should endorse the policy, it will allow us to finalise the implementation processes that are required. There's amendments required to our current standard operating procedures, which will be undertaken. Unless the policy is endorsed, we're sort of put on hold in relation to that. So we'll be working through that process. We feel like we have a very robust process at the moment, and we would need to make the appropriate amendments to allow us to implement these changes as soon as we can.
Lord Mayor, can I suggest an alteration to the amendment? If we were to restore the two clauses that have been struck through, so we endorse this policy tonight and then request a further draft at 5.4, which we've just been told there will be a further draft, and you've just welcomed a further draft.
Yes, so I think there's...
So would that be satisfactory?
There's an amendment that's before us.
Yes.
We're now going to vote
I would
on
like
that.
to move.
So
I'm the
are you-
mover of the motion,
Yes.
so I would like to
Are you
suggest...
withdrawing this motion? Are you withdrawing this motion that's before us?
I would like to suggest, as I've just stated, that the two clauses that are struck through be restored, and my amendment stands in addition to those two clauses, so that the effect would be we endorse the draft before us and request a further draft which would reflect exactly what management has asked for and, in fact, what you have asked for.
All right. So, sorry, I've just checked with Elizabeth for some advice on this point. So we can't amend an amendment without the first amendment either being withdrawn or us moving to a vote on it.
Can I withdraw it and re-put it with those two clauses
Hence my
restored,
question earlier. So
which
you
is
are-
effectively the same thing?
All right. So
And I will so move without further speech.
Earlier amendment, and we're now unstriking out those first two clauses. And you're moving that motion as it now appears on the screen.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So moved.
Councillor Griffiths, are you seconding it? All right. Do you wish to speak to your new amendment, Councillor Ball?
Only that I hope it satisfies some of your concerns and any of my colleagues' concerns.
Councillor Griffiths, do you wish to speak to it as a seconder? All right. Can I ask a question? Rick, when you reviewed this series of amendments earlier today, what was your advice from an officer perspective?
I felt like the references to the body-worn cameras was not appropriate in this particular motion, given it's managed by a separate process. There are other elements in there which I believe we'll be undertaking as a matter of course as we develop the standard operating procedures. I sort of felt like there were parts of that motion that were not necessary.
All right. And can I just confirm, so the alternative recommendation which was discussed was the first amendment which was put to us by Councillor Ball, which contained a number of items which were already in the policy and so were redundant in that respect, but Councillor Ball put to us as a way of highlighting them, those particular aspects of the policy.
I felt like the previous alternative was considered reasonable, given it will actually replicate our operating processes. It would be a matter for council to determine.
All right, thank you for that. Are there any councillors who wish to speak to this newly proposed amendment? No, in that case, I'll put the amendment to the vote. All those in favour, Councillor Ball, Councillor Rouse, Councillor Griffiths. All those against, Councillor Camillo, Councillor Leilou, Councillor Campbell, Councillor Rees, Councillor Louis, Councillor Guest, Councillor Liu and Councillor Scott. That amendment has failed. We return to the substantive motion. Back to Councillor Ball.
Thank you. Before we proceed with debate on the substantive motion, I do have some questions for management, please, about the policy that's before us. In the introductory paragraph to the policy, it talks about the deterrence value of CCTV in the public realm, which is a departure from previous policy, which was created to detect and help solve crime, but not to deter it. Surely, if CCTV in the public realm did deter crime, we would have no crime since the rollout of this program. Can you cite any evidence for this notion that CCTV in the public realm deters crime?
There are considerations through crime prevention through environmental design, which looks at the location of CCTV and how it actually does deter crime. It's one of the considerations when you're actually looking at urban environments in the placement of where CCTV is. And if it's a visible element, it does deter crime. And that's been an outcome of several analysis we've undertaken on various precincts. So
I see. Thank you. And yet I note that your report cites that some women feel less safe if there are visible cameras because they assume that the environment is unsafe. Is that not the case in your report?
Can you please repeat what is the actual question?
Your report states that some women feel unsafe in places where they can see cameras because they infer from the presence of the cameras that the environment is unsafe.
That may be the case, yes.
Thank you. For the benefit of the public, I note that video analytics or AI are not being introduced at this stage. So if and when you do recommend that such technologies are introduced, will that proposal be subject to community engagement?
So we're in the process of evaluating the type of AI and video analytics that we'll be considering as part of the program. We're yet to determine what that is, and so we'll be coming back to council with a proposal that will outline the suggested AI or video analytics opportunities, and with that will come the type of approach we will introduce as part of the engagement process. It's hard for me to specifically outline the specific engagement without understanding.
I'm not asking for the specific engagement. I'm asking yes or no. Will there be a community engagement process if you recommend AI?
Yeah, we will be coming back to council with the specifics of that outcome. It's likely to include engagement.
It's likely to include engagement. Thank you. The report from management says the great majority of the 1,370 respondents were, quote, not at all supportive of CCTV being used for any of the matters surveyed, and the number is even higher if you include those who are just not supportive. Even people who are concerned about the issues raised in the survey did not support in large numbers this approach to tackling those concerns. And the great majority of respondents are not confident that the City of Melbourne will protect their privacy. Yet the executive summary of the engagement report says that there were low levels of concern amongst the public. This is contradicted by the report itself. So how can this possibly be? I assume this is a misprint.
There were still reasonable levels of support for concern around dumping of rubbish, environmental matters, and construction-related matters. What there was high concern about was the use of CCTV in the monitoring and management of that. So from the perspective of evaluating community concern, there was still high concern or relatively high concern around those factors. So therefore we saw it reasonable to use CCTV in that way.
So I think what you've said reflects my question, which is that there was concern in the community about a number of issues, but it is also the case that the respondents did not want us using CCTV to address them.
The evaluation report says that, yes.
Quite. Thank you. We are told that the policy before us tonight has, quote, strengthened our strict privacy measures. Could you specify how privacy has been strengthened in this version of the policy compared with the previous draft?
I did look for that specific reference within the report.
It's what we told The Age today.
And I wasn't able to find the specific reference. However, the way our privacy and management of that data is strengthened is in the implementation of the proposed changes. We have a very robust process of the way the data will be requested through a people leader within the branch, and then individual segments of that data will be requested as part of an overall investigation. So the processes and the robust nature of the way we'll be managing the data has been outlined within the policy, and I feel that's a benefit to the processes we've implemented.
Thank you. I'm not at all clear how that has improved privacy measures, but thank you nonetheless. And finally, can you say whether there will be a separate public policy developed concerning body-worn cameras?
There is a procedure we currently have adopted in relation to body-worn cameras. That information is on the website, and it is governed by the same procedure that looks at our corporate camera network. So we feel that procedure manages the way body-worn cameras are used.
I'm sorry, what is the corporate camera network? Is that the SCCP network?
It's the corporate camera network, yes.
So the network we're talking about tonight, the public realm, no, internal cameras inside the buildings.
That's correct.
I see. So there will, if I understood your answer, there will not be a separate public policy developed governing body-worn camera footage because it is managed in the same way as our internal cameras that are filming us right now.
That's correct.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for those questions, Councillor Ball. Councillor Camillo, did you wish to speak to the... I'm just trying to remember if you have spoken to this item. I believe you have. Oh, yes, we've already spoken because we're now back to the substantive motion. Okay, we're back to the original substantive motion. Would any other councillors like to speak to this motion that is before us? No. All right, look, I'm going to speak to it briefly because I think there are some points that do need to be picked up here. The first is to say that just on 12 months ago, the City of Melbourne undertook the biggest community survey that has ever been taken in the history of our city. It was called an election, and more people voted in that election than ever before. And at that election, there were detailed policies put forward. I, for one, pledge to review, expand and improve our Safe City camera network. And I certainly believe that in my election, there was an endorsement for that policy. And certainly many times over, I said that if I was elected mayor, I saw city safety as the most pressing priority for Melbourne, and that if met with support of councillors, I would be pressing ahead with an agenda to do just that. Many other councillors here put forward similar policies, and we see that reflected in this Safe City camera policy process and policy changes that are before us this evening. Rick has outlined earlier that we are going through a very thorough process here. It's a 3-stage process. We are voting on one of those stages this evening. It involves technology upgrades, expanding how the Safe City policy operates. It involves a very significant expansion of the CCTV camera network. And yes, it involves us considering video analytics as well. You put this all together, and it is the biggest reform to the Safe City camera network since the city cameras started operations back in 1997. And I do believe there is strong endorsement for this council to take action on that front. This policy will make Melbourne better, safer and more welcoming. You know, when we do reach out to community and ask people about safety issues, the people in our community say they are most concerned about it are women and international students. And I think we have a duty to make sure everyone in Melbourne feels safe, no matter who they are. And so, again, this policy will make Melbourne better, safer and more welcoming for everyone. With the expansion of our camera network, we have seen very positive changes. You know, in May last year, we rolled out Safe City cameras through Carlton along Lygon Street. And since that introduction, staff have downloaded over 120 pieces of footage relating to a number of incidents, including 36 clips related to hooning, 14 related to assault, and 1 that was connected to a homicide investigation. We're also using the Safe City camera network for welfare support across the city as well. Another example was the camera operators identified a person laying in a city laneway for an extended period of time into the night. This was just very recently. The operator called emergency services to investigate. An ambulance arrives. It turns out the rough sleeper needed emergency care. That is an example of a life that was quite probably saved in Melbourne because of our Safe City camera network. So I should also stress that this policy is comprehensive. You do need to have the right checks and balances in place. I think it's very important that for the first time, this policy is being made public so we can have the sort of scrutiny that we heard earlier this evening through our submitters, through some of the questions we've heard tonight. Now the policy is being made public, and that's how it should be. It's a very transparent approach to how we approach these things, as it should be. We will also have a renewed audit committee, which I think is important as well, so that we can get proper higher standards of auditing in place. Finally, I'll finish by saying that the policy we are voting on this evening is consistent with what you see in pretty much every shopping centre in Australia these days. It's certainly consistent with what we're seeing in the new metro stations, which have just opened across Melbourne this week, where there are brand new cameras using the latest technologies, monitoring everything that is happening inside those stations and those station precincts. So again, what we are doing here at the City of Melbourne tonight, what we are voting on, is not radical new policy for Australia. In fact, it's policy that is consistent with what is happening in other capital cities like Sydney and Brisbane. It's consistent with what's happening in shopping centres across Australia. It's consistent with what's happening with the metro stations across Melbourne. And so these are measured and sensible steps forward. But importantly, they will make an important change. They will help make Melbourne safe, and they help send a very important message that this council sees safety as a pressing priority, and that we can use these new technologies to make our city safer and make Melbourne operate better. Councillor Andrew Rouse.
Thank you. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just a few quick comments. You did bring up something that I think is worth just expanding on there, and that is the international student community. This is something that time and time again they have brought up as something that they would love to see in Melbourne, would help them feel much safer in Melbourne as well. So I will happily support the motion on the screen. It is a shame we were not able to do this with a bit more rigour. I thought there was some good benefit from the amendments that were proposed that were unsuccessful. And it is my expressed hope that we do not get to a point as a city in some perhaps not too far off dystopian future where if you're 1 minute late getting back to your car park on the street, that cameras are looking at your number plate and giving you a fine in the mail before you even realise. And I think that was some of the things that Councillor Guest was alluding to before. And I'm not saying this is what this points towards, but it is a slippery slope sometimes with some of these things. And I do hope that we do not get there as a city, but I will happily support the motion on the screen.
So I'm just going to ask a question at that point. Rick, or actually I'm going to ask this question to our CEO. CEO, Councillor Rouse just painted a picture of a future dystopia where cameras are monitored and you arrive back to your car, was it 1 minute late, and the cameras have been watching you and the officers here at the City jump in. Do the council officers have any plans for anything like that dystopia that was just put to us?
No, Lord Mayor.
In your view, is that an unrealistic exaggeration? The picture that was painted in that question or line of argument.
I don't think that needs to be replied. I think,
if I'm not mistaken, parking is not in the local laws. It's not relevant to this discussion.
Question, CEO. All right. Does anybody else wish to submit on this item? Councillor Guest.
I don't want to spend any longer on this, and I will support the motion, but I don't think we should take it as a laughing matter of how far the usage of such a system could be used. I have heard allegations of other forms of, social media pictures being trawled by councils, whether it's this one and others, for use in implementing local laws. So I don't think it's the silliest notion that CCTV could be used for other methods. But beyond that, I will also support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Guest. Point well made. All right, would anybody else like to submit? You are the mover, Councillor Kimmello, so you have the right of reply. Any other councillors wish to speak on this item? No, back to you, Councillor Kimmello.
One quick question, Lord Mayor. to the CEO or any officer, because you have brought it up, just the question, are you aware of that technology existing, cameras being able to read license plates and documenting a time that a vehicle has been in place?
Through you, Lord Mayor, Councillor Rouse, yes, I'm aware that there is licence plate recognition technology available.
And you're happy to confirm that that is not in place in the City of Melbourne to monitor parking on the streets, and there's no plan to implement that at the moment, nor does this speak to that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, CEO.
All right. If there's no other speakers, back to you, Councillor Camilla, as the mover for your right of reply.
Very quick, Lord Mayor, because I think we still have more motions to go in here. So I just don't like to hear that CCTV cameras, they don't deter crime. They deter crime. Anyone can go to Google, can go anywhere. You're going to find the statistics are in there. So making just mentioning the council is very wrong, and we should not be telling to the public it's not good to have cameras and etc. What I have been hearing today. And that makes me very, very tired, because the moment I put my face outside of this council, I can see crime. We still have a lot of problems. We never saw the level of crime in this city as ever before. So as a result of that, let's go to vote. Let's not waste time. Let's vote this and let's make things happen, because the people outside in there, they need help, and we need to have a better life and safer Melbourne. Let's go.
Thank you, Councillor Camillo. I'm going to put this motion to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Camillo, Councillor Rouse, Councillor Leilu, Councillor Campbell, Councillor Rees, Councillor Lilly, Councillor Guest, Councillor Liu, Councillor Scott. All those against, Councillor Ball, Councillor Griffiths. That motion is passed. Okay, we move on to agenda item 6.6. We might do this item first. So we'll go to Macaulay Local Open Space Provision and Drainage Infrastructure Funding. Would council like a presentation on this agenda item? No. In that case, I will call on a councillor to move the motion. I think it's you, Deputy Lord Mayor, and looking for a seconder. I think it's you, Councillor Lou. Yep, Councillor Lou. Thank you. Back to you, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Well, I know we've talked about some very serious issues tonight, but the provision of adequate open space in our municipality has to be right up there. And the urgency of that issue in the case of the Macaulay precinct cannot be overstated. This motion reinforces the need to deliver that open space early, not years down the track while the population continues to grow. We know that this is going to be a dense community, densely populated community, but particularly in a community like that, public open space must not be a luxury. It has to be part of the essential social and environmental infrastructure that is provided in this municipality. If it's not, the reality is that Melbourne will not remain the livable city that we are so proud of. Unfortunately, there remain some unresolved issues. The abandonment of Melbourne Water's URCRS creates a significant gap in the funding model for drainage in this precinct. And the new drainage DCP being prepared by the Department of Transport and Planning in Melbourne Water is very welcome, but until it's finalised, the delivery of parks and drainage land remains uncertain. Now, Council has invested $10.5 million in good faith, delivering pump stations that were assumed to be funded under the URCRS. And so it is entirely reasonable that this council will pursue full reimbursement of that amount. But it's also important that we create a clear statutory mechanism to secure the land that is necessary to deliver parks in a situation where ownership remains uncertain, particularly in a precinct like Macaulay, where some land is privately owned, some other parcels are controlled by state agencies like VicTrack or Melbourne Water, and the resolution of drainage requirements is still pending. This motion calls for the investigation of public acquisition overlays to ensure we are not delaying these critical decisions while the state does its work to finalise the drainage strategy. The Moonee Ponds Creek Corridor, which I know we'll be discussing later tonight, is one of the most significant linear open space opportunities in inner Melbourne. But without clarity from the state government, particularly around the implementation plan, progress has been slow. And I know that there's been considerable concern from the community about that. As one clever resident referred to it, it has turned into a complexitron. And it is clear that the time to unblock this is now. For those reasons, I commend this motion to my councillor colleagues. This motion calls for a coordinated roundtable to make sure that the right agencies are around the table working on a plan to deliver this much needed change. It also calls for us to progress a separate planning scheme amendment to apply a public acquisition overlay so that we can ensure that key open space sites in Macaulay can be developed into open space. And this is a practical and necessary step that can secure the land without slowing the progression of Amendment C417 that I believe will be considered later tonight. I'm strongly supportive of us continuing to work with the relevant ministers to ensure that the Moonee Ponds Creek implementation plan is finally released, that we convene the roundtable to untangle the complexitron, and most importantly, that we can finally deliver the parks, the green space and the flood infrastructure that is so necessary, both to keep pace with the rapid population growth in this area, but because it's what the community deserves. I commend this motion for all of those reasons.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. Councillor Philoilou, nothing from you. Any other councillors wish to speak on this item? In that case, I'll put up. Councillor Ball, do you wish to...
I have some questions. I'm sorry, did we have a seconder?
We do, Councillor Leilu.
Oh, you just seconded. I beg your pardon. I just have two questions for management, if I may, Lord Mayor. Either to Joe or to Evan. This recommendation from management is to lease lot 110 and part of lot 72, but the report doesn't give options for purchasing the separate parcel of land dubbed the drainage land.
Point of order, I think that may be in item 6.7, not 6.6.
Oh, I do beg your pardon.
Yeah, we're on the
It's past
planning.
It'd be a great
component
question
now.
then.
So hold that, Councillor Ball. Do any other councillors wish to speak to this item? No, in that case, put the matter to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hand. I declare that carried unanimously. All right, we move on to agenda item 6.7, which is Moonee Ponds Creek Linear Park Concept Plan, Macaulay Road, Narden Street, and control of land. And I do believe... Do we need a submission on this item, Councillor Griffiths?
I don't believe we need a presentation, but I suspect I can channel my inner Councillor Ball and ask at least one of the questions that may have... Actually, why don't just let Councillor Ball ask her questions?
Back to you, Councillor Ball.
Forgive me, I'm a bit confused about what's been deferred. Sorry. My questions are... Will this lease recommended by management impede any avenues to acquire the drainage land?
There's no motion. So let's...
I'm referring to the report from management, the recommendation.
Okay.
It's a question.
Yep. All right.
Do you want me to wait till after it's been moved?
No, I think it's okay. You're asking a question about the report, Councillor. Sorry.
We're all taking.
Lord Mayor,
Evan Council, over to you.
Would you like me to ask the question again?
If I may, perhaps I could ask management to explain the process that occurred with the council seeking to lease some of this land, because I think the Kensington Association asked an excellent question in one of their submissions about was the mention of the lease being sought the same as the one from 2019, or have there been further developments?
All right, so Evan Council, not Councillor Evan. Can you please respond to that question?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, Councillor Ball and Councillor Griffiths for the complexitron of questions. I will ask Director of Open Space, Parks and City Greening, David Callow, to provide some further detail in a moment. I can confirm, Councillor Griffiths, that the The community lease application referred to in the papers is a new community lease application, but I know that there was further detail requested there. I'll ask David to respond to that in a moment. Councillor Dr. Ball, I can confirm that the community lease applications do not impede in any way Council's ability to advocate for acquisition or transfer of government-owned lands to Council or the relevant authority in the future for the purpose of realising future open space.
Thank you. So if I've understood you, we've previously applied to lease these 2 lots and that application was refused, but now we've applied again. So I take it's no longer the case. We don't expect to be refused. Can you say what has changed?
David will go through some of the history and the detail and an update on current conversations. Of course, management can't guarantee the outcome of a decision by another authority.
Yes.
But David will give some further detail now.
Is David answering the question or giving a presentation?
I'm happy to answer the question.
Answering the question.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. All right. Through you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Dr. Ball, for the question. So this item being considered by Council tonight refers to the 2 lots south of Macaulay Road. And as you've already stated, we did apply for a lease on those 2 lots in 2019. We waited until 2022 to get an answer back from VicTrack. They denied that lease application. We have now submitted a new application, which is really, I think, the emphasis of your question and the submission from the Kensington Association. The new application was submitted in May of this year, so 2025.
Yes.
And that's referred to in points 2 and 27 of the report. That's those points. And we submitted a new application once we'd started engaging with VicTrack around the Chelmsford Street open space project. One of those lots directly abuts Chelmsford Street and that site that we're developing there. And so in conversations with VicTrack, we're encouraged to apply for a community lease, and that process is still underway in terms of that application.
Tremendous. Thank you very much. And just finally, in reference to the previous 2 resolutions of FMC seeking options to acquire the separate parcel of land called the drainage land, can I ask when we will be given options for how to acquire this land?
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Through you, Lord Mayor. So the previous item that Council resolved on related to the drainage land. This item before Council relates to the 2 parcels south of Macaulay Road. The drainage land known as the Macaulay Terraces is north. But if
I still
Lord
want
Mayor,
to ask the
you'll
question,
oblige me,
if I may.
I'll respond to Councillor Ball's query because it's important because there's community submissions and questions around these matters. In terms of options to acquire that drainage land, the options available to Council are embedded within the amendment where the proposed precinct infrastructure plan and DCP includes future acquisition funds being collected for the acquisition of that land. Obviously, there's opportunity for Council to approach the owner, being VicTrack, to acquire that land. However, as per previous recommendations and reports to Council and the report that went before Council this evening, management doesn't advise that because there is outstanding matters around the drainage strategy for the precinct, noting that the land is referred to as the drainage land because its primary function will be drainage, to be determined by the Drainage Authority within the next 12 months. And importantly, in the last report, there was an update on progress that management's made with the Victorian Government, where Melbourne Water and the Department of Transport and Planning have now progressed to have a new mechanism to fund that drainage land and the drainage strategy and deliver that drainage strategy, preferably within the next 12 months, to replace the ERCUS, which is what the Deputy Lord Mayor was referring to. So that matter has been progressed and there's now a plan to resolve it. The previous resolution recommended and Council resolved to request management to investigate a public acquisition overlay for all remaining open space within the precinct, because that is the lever that Council has control over and the action that Council can take, noting that the ultimate decision for that option rests with the Minister for Planning.
So is your advice that we should not acquire the drainage land?
Not at this time.
So you will not be providing options, as FMC has requested, for purchasing the land?
The options are embedded within the paper and previous papers. I've just gone through those options and confirmed management's recommendation, and there's avenues to acquire that are in train at the moment.
Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that, Evan. All right. With those questions concluded, can I request that a motion please be put on the screen? And I'm looking to my left to see if there's a councillor who's so happy to move it. Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Is there a councillor who is seconding? Happy for you to do so, Councillor Rouse. Back to you, Councillor Griffiths.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Rouse. You were the quickest off the mark. I know there were a few councillors keen to second this one, and it's an important piece of work, as has been explained in the previous motion and also in this one. Obviously, the range of issues, the range of stakeholders, the range of landowners in this part of the world is vast. But it's good to be getting close to finishing our year with a number of proposals that hopefully not only move us forward with some of the projects in this area, but again demonstrate to the local population just how much time and effort this council is putting into resolving the Moonee Ponds Creek area. And I do want to thank both the public, particularly the Kensington Association, for considering a large number of motions tonight in their submission, but also officers for doing a large amount of work over the last year, and obviously even longer than that, to try to make this space along the Moonee Ponds Creek a public open space that the people of Kensington can access and can be proud of, because as we've noted over many occasions now, this is not a future endeavour. It's not a population that will arrive at some unknown time. It's a population which is moving in now. On a daily basis, we see more buildings in the Stubb Street, in the Macaulay Road area being completed. We see the moving vans out the front. We see people moving in. We see those people in our local cafes and restaurants, and we know that they want access to open space. And while we share the frustration of the community in the length of time that these things have taken to occur, and I note that this motion incorporates, Lord Mayor, again, the request that you write to the relevant ministers and call on that Moonee Ponds Creek implementation plan and that round table that the Deputy Lord Mayor spoke of in the previous motion for those things to occur. And I know that we're all keen to get down to the area and make them occur. There is some movement here, which I think is really positive, and I want to thank officers for continuing to diligently try to find ways of getting access to the land in the short term, being reassured that that doesn't affect access to the land in the long term, and particularly point out section 10.2 of the recommendation for management, which is taking all of the necessary actions to enter that community lease with VicTrack, and if such a lease is executed, then to progress ways to formalise that community access. We know that people are already accessing some of the land down there. It's being done in a haphazard way, and it'd be great to see that being done in a more formal, auspiced way. It's a very small step given the challenges that we face along the Moonee Ponds Creek corridor, but I think in the suite of things that have come to council tonight, and this one in particular, it's really great to see that there's some movement and that some people may be able to get some access through the work of officers and this decision of council.
Thank you very much, Councillor Griffiths. Councillor Rouse.
Not much further to add. I think Councillor Griffiths has covered it perfectly, other than, as has been said many times in this chamber, outdoor recreational space in that part of Melbourne is of vital importance. Of course, the bridge over at the Moonee Ponds Creek there is famously Melbourne's narrowest bike lane. So adding more outdoor space there, or accessible outdoor space, I think is an exceptionally positive thing, and I'm happy to second and support the motion.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rouse. I'll speak briefly to this item as well, because I was at the Kensington Association meeting with Kate Kennedy and others when we talked about the Complexitron, which is the diabolical internecine intertwining series of government agencies, regulations, bylaws, private road operators, and on it goes, that all weave together to make what is self-evidently a crying need for this community so hard. But we are a council on a mission, and Councillor Griffiths, you're a councillor on a mission. I do want to acknowledge that you have been leading the charge for this green corridor for as long as anyone I know, and I want to thank you for your efforts there. And I want people to know I'm also a mayor on a mission. We're a council on a mission to really deliver on this green corridor, because we can see the huge potential of it and the huge need for it. As we have heard, this is one of the fastest growing areas in terms of population growth, not just in the city of Melbourne, but anywhere in Greater Melbourne, and they urgently need new green space. We also know that there is huge potential here. From Royal Park to the Yarra, Birrarung, along the Moonee Ponds Creek, is a stretch of about 4 kilometres of river. And we have a vision for seeing that corridor become a green corridor for a rapidly growing community that desperately needs more green space. And while it is a complexitron, we can see the pieces starting to come together. Whether that's what we're doing with Chapman Street Park, whether it's what we've recently voted on around expansion of Robertson Street Park, whether it's my recent correspondence to the Minister around accessing Macaulay Terraces, whether it's the options that the city's investigating around the drainage land. We are looking at every option available to us to realise the vision of this amazing green corridor along the Moonee Ponds Creek. And tonight we are voting to take another step forward with that plan. So it certainly has my strong support, and I hope it has the support of councillors as well. Does anybody else wish to speak to this item? No, in that case, I'll put the matter to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Pleased to declare that carried. Oh, no, apologies. Councillor Griffiths, Councillor Scott, Oh, sorry, I didn't see your hand. That is carried unanimously. All right. We move on to agenda item 6.8, which is Chapman Street Reserve expansion final concept plan. I realise I meant Chelmsford Street when I spoke a few moments earlier, not Chapman Street. We move now on to Chapman Street Reserve expansion final concept plan. I would request a motion be brought up onto the screen, and I would invite a mover of that motion. Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Looking for a seconder for that. Thank you, Councillor Ball. Back to you, Councillor Griffiths.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Very excited and very happy to be moving this motion tonight. I wish at times when I was in this chamber that I was one of the architects who get to come and present at the beginning on the planning matters, who get to have slides that show off what things are going to look like, because I would love there to be a slide up there at the moment, as there is in the council report, showing some of the final concept plans for the Chapman Street Reserve, because they're really exciting, and I want the community to be able to see them and to see the hard work that officers have put in, and obviously the amount of conversations that we've had with people in public who have helped us to arrive at the point that we've got to with this final concept plan for the Chapman Street Reserve, which of course is outside the North Melbourne Primary School, a space that lots and lots of families wait for their children to come out, and to see a space that's going to be so readily accessible for children is absolutely fantastic. It's a space that has been dominated by roads for too long, and this is a great example of how, by removing some roads, a little bit of parking, we're going to be able to have a fantastic space for the people of North Melbourne to come and explore. And as I sit here, being able to look at those concept plans, I can see a wonderful vision for the space that's going to be created there. Some meandering paths, a dry creek bed for sensory play, helping people engage with the local environment, children running through the grassed areas, and what looks like some fantastic plantings. I can't particularly identify which flowers are in there. I'm going to be cheeky, Lord Mayor, and mention that, but perhaps the flowers that are voted on through the floral emblem process, which is happening at the moment. It was great to see that launched last Friday by yourself. The people of Melbourne get to vote on the floral emblem of Melbourne by going to our website. 9 different flowers that they can, or 9 different plants, I should say, that they can vote on, and perhaps some of those will make their way to the final concept plan and the final plantings at Chapman Street Reserve. You can hear I'm excited, Lord Mayor. I can't wait for this to become a reality, and I'm very happy to be moving this motion.
Fabulous, Councillor Griffiths. Thank you for that submission. Over to you, Councillor Rouse. I think you were the... Am I getting confused? Sorry, Councillor Paul. Over to you, Councillor Olivia Ball.
I'm very happy to second this and want to thank and congratulate officers on all their work. Thank you.
All right. Are there any other speakers to this item? Then let us put what is the community is calling Hourglass Park to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hand. I'm going to declare that carried unanimously. And we move on to our next agenda item, 6.9, Draft Community Infrastructure Plan. Would councillors like a presentation in relation to this item?
Lord Mayor, if I may,
please.
Out of an abundance of caution, as President of the Flemken Bowls Club, which is located in Newmarket Reserve, which is mentioned in the report, I will declare a conflict of interest.
Thank you for that, Councillor Griffiths. We will give you a moment to leave the room. All right. I now call... Well, B. McNicholas registered an interest in submitting to us on this item, but I believe she has left the meeting. So we will move on, and I will now call on a councillor to move a motion that is appearing on that screen. I am happy to move that motion. Looking for a second. Councillor Camillo, back to me. Look, at this late hour of the evening, I won't speak at length about this item other than to thank the team for the extraordinary amount of work that has gone into developing this plan. It really is a plan for everyone, for every corner of our municipality. Tonight we're voting for it to go out to community consultation. Looking forward to getting the community's feedback on something so important. Over to you, Councillor Camillo.
This draft sets of our City of Melbourne plan prioritising the bigger community infrastructure, such as our parks, libraries and recreation centres. As Melbourne grows, demand for these spaces are increasing faster than council can deliver alone. Just to remind, this consultation is going for 9 weeks instead of 4. So that's very important for the public because you think this is very, very important. So you have 9 weeks. So go out there and have your say. The draft community infrastructure plan provides a clear framework and decision-making tools to guide future investment. I look forward to hearing from the community. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Camillo. Would any other councillors like to speak to this item? In that case, we'll put the matter to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Camillo, Councillor, that is carried unanimously. Well done. Can we please invite Councillor Griffiths to return to the chamber? And in the meantime, we will move on to an item which I'm sure will be the highlight for many here in the gallery, and that is agenda item 6.10, delivering a swimmable birrarung. Would councillors like a presentation in relation to this item? No. Well, in that case, I will call on the one and only Matthew Sykes from Swimmable Cities, who has been patiently sitting there. If you don't want to tell me, you don't want me to tell you how many hours to present to us on this item. Thank you so much for your patience, Matt, and thanks for all your work around Swimmable Cities.
Thank you.
Take your time, Matt. You've waited quite a long time to make this presentation. Fabulous. Look at that.
We're away. Congratulations to the Lord Mayor and councillors for the significant progress towards the swimmable Birrarung, building upon the Melbourne 2050 Summit and People's Panel, as well as Councillor Griffiths' original motion. Having worked in our local urban swimming movement since 2018, it's exciting to see this report by Elise, Chris and Evan, representing a significant shift from advocacy to delivery. Slide 2, please. The City of Melbourne becoming a lead actor in the movement is already inspiring greater care, engagement and investment. Collectively, we are reinvigorating an ancient Birrarung swimming culture led by First Peoples and linking to iconic river swimming events from the 1980s, Yarra Swim's proposed activation at Enterprise Park, the famed Yarra Yabbies, and a group of champions called Advocates for a Swimmable Yarra River Birrarung, some of whom you'll hear from shortly. Importantly, the movement now includes a growing youth voice, as demonstrated by the success of the inaugural Birrarung Floating Youth Summit at Riverfest, pictured here, kindly supported by the City of Melbourne. Next slide, please. Responding to the report, the plan for 3 pilot locations are big steps because they fit into a bigger 2050 vision. The vision is for a big swim infrastructure project, just like Victoria's Big Build. The Big Swim master plan involves a corridor of public swim sites from Deep Rock in Abbotsford to the Bay and eventually along the Maribyrnong River. Slide 4, please. Related to the proposed coalition, as the co-founder of Swimmable Cities, I warmly invite the City of Melbourne to join the City of Yarra as a municipal signatory to the Swimmable Cities Charter. Our latest city to join the alliance was, of course, London, which happened during the C40 World Mayors Summit in Rio. Next slide, please. The Swimmable Cities Alliance now unites over 200 diverse organisations across over 100 cities in 35 countries as part of the Paris Olympic Legacy and UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration. Next slide. Through the Swimmable Cities community of practice, we're seeing outstanding examples of whole-of-catchment cooperation from the Great Lakes to Guanabara Bay. So I also encourage the Lord Mayor to proactively invite other mayors along the Birrarung and Maribyrnong to sign the Charter, because the Big Swim is a team effort. Related to plans to celebrate and activate, how could the City of Melbourne partner with other actors to create a swimmable Birrarung themed float in the Moomba Parade? Next slide. And next slide again. Imagine a big splash into the Birrarung led by the Mayor and CEO Alison Layton. Why don't we finish at Fed Square's big screen with a showing of the Big Swim short documentary and a panel discussion featuring the Lord Mayor. Lastly, to the final slide, please. Related to cleaning our water, the swimmability of the Birrarung links with values expressed by Councillor Camillo, clean streets and civic pride. In the lead up to the Victorian state election next November, the City of Melbourne will need to inspire leaders across the political spectrum to make clean-up commitments to empower implementing bodies like Melbourne Water, EPA and Parks Vic. In short, we must unite for a river that connects us all. As we set out on our journey, many other cities are doing the same. Swimmable Cities as a global alliance and global action platform is ready and willing to swim, splash and paddle with Melbourne the whole way. Lord Mayor, councillors, let's begin the Big Swim. Lungujan, thank you.
Thank you very much, Matt. I now call on a legend of Melbourne, Janet Bolitho, Yarra River Keeper Association this evening, to speak for no more than 3 minutes. Welcome, Janet. Great to see you.
Oh, good evening, Lord Mayor and councillors. I thank you as a citizen of Melbourne for your patience in your deliberations this evening. But where patience is concerned, the river is patient. Even as we're here gathered tonight, the river flows on, sustaining us all on its journey from the upper catchment to the bay. But there's patience in this argument for swimmable Birrarung. 50 years ago, in the Give You the Yarra a Go campaign, they were saying, why aren't we swimming at lunchtime? That was 50 years ago, and we haven't made the progress we'd like to see yet. So we are right behind you at the Yarra River Keeper Association in all three of the initiatives you propose. But we'd like to position the Yarra River Keeper Association as the community voice of the Yarra Birrarung to be a part of the processes that you outline, to be a part of your alliance. And we offer you a ready-made vehicle for your community engagement, the Birrarung River Fest. In its third year in 2025, we ran 76 events. And these weren't just superficial events. These were deep engagements with Birrarung. We would love Birrarung River Fest to be the platform for the big swim that Matt's talked about. But the rather neglected part, and the most important in this recommendation, relates to stormwater. You've got a very brief section on stormwater, but this is the key to making things happen. We've seen where your underground drains go and where they come out into the Birrarung with the water untreated. We urge you to put investment behind a total reimagining of your stormwater in the City of Melbourne so that it's used to cool and enrich the city that we love. You've considered all these major development applications this evening. Where are people going to go for their refuge and their fun? They're going to seek out our waterways. And what better way for urban cooling than to have a dip in the Birrarung? We look forward to joining you there before too long. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Janet. That was brilliant. I now invite Charity Mosian to submit to us. Great to see you here at Town Hall, Charity.
Thank you. Lord Mayor and councillors, thank you for the opportunity. As Lord Mayor said, my name is Charity Mosian, and I am the Swimmable Birrarung convener at Regen Melbourne. Melbourne is one of the most livable cities in the world. Unlike other livable cities like Paris or Copenhagen, we lack one thing: a city waterway we can swim in and all be proud of. A swimmable Birrarung is a key step in transforming our city and inspiring Melburnians towards a healthier and thriving future. We are excited to see City of Melbourne join the Swimmable Cities movement, a growing global movement. A coalition of actors who share a passion for swimmable Birrarung has been building for a long time. They stand, we stand, ready to act. For 5 years, we have been working with a broad alliance of partners to make our river, the Birrarung, swimmable again. We know that this will need collective effort. First Nations, all levels of government, community, business, technical experts, academia. This coalition is building. We're so excited to see City of Melbourne add its leadership to this and to rally behind this huge movement. Earlier in the year, when I was in Copenhagen and Paris, I saw firsthand how a city could change when all levels of government orient around an ambitious goal, like a swimmable Birrarung. I saw mayors, business CEOs, and community leaders all coming together. And we need to see the same level of collaboration and collective effort here in Melbourne. We need innovative activations to capture the public's imagination and turn our attention rather than our back to the river. Cleaning up stormwater will require multi-agency effort. For the City of Melbourne to succeed, a catchment approach will be required. This means working with others like Melbourne Water, like Yarra Valley Water, like the EPA, DECA, and many others. We need to know the state of our river in order to activate the right strategies to clean it up. This means understanding water quality across the entire length of the river and the catchment. Region Melbourne stands ready to support City of Melbourne in this bold vision for Sumberville Birrong, and we look forward to the ripple effects it extends upstream and across the entire catchment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Charity. That was well done. All right. Thank you to our submitters on that item. I'm now going to request that a motion be put up on the screen. I think there might be an amended motion coming forward, and this one's a small tweak that I'm aware of. So let's just check if that is indeed there. Are you just clarifying a particular opportunity? You happy with that motion, Councillor Griffiths?
Yes.
Great. All right. And is there a...
Just a question. I am at the second, but I have a question to you too.
You can ask a question at any time, Councillor Camillo.
Yeah, what's the meaning of wellness facility? Are you say sauna or is it a massage place? Is spa? I'm just sorry.
So 8.5.2 requests management to identify 3 opportunities for waterfront activation along the Birrong Yarra, and all this amendment does is just ensure that at least one of those includes options for us to consider around docklands, so not just the Birrong, but the Victoria Harbour and the water area around docklands, and that include for consideration swimming pool, wellness, spa pool, and potentially interactive water feature in docklands.
Sorry, Lord Mayor, we're discussing the meeting would there be a sauna to have a complex because Melbourne can be very cold, and that could complement.
I think that's that is what is in the remit of what's proposed
Okay,
here.
good.
Evan Council, did you wish to? You're about to grab the microphone. No, I think I've clarified it, so that it would be included within the remit.
Okay, thank you.
Indeed, I think, and because I'm answering your question here, I think there might be a number of proposals potentially circulating, and so this would certainly surface those and allow us to consider them. Could be quite exciting.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, back to you, Councillor Griffiths.
If I may, Lord Mayor, before we go any further, I might see if there's another small amendment that can be made following on from the submissions that we heard. Perhaps most relevantly, at the end of 8.3, which is approving you to sign the Swimmable Cities Charter, and perhaps just to include a clause at the end of that and request that the Lord Mayor writes to other local government areas along the Birrong.
Very good suggestion.
To encourage them to also sign the Swimmable Cities Charter.
Yep. The Birrong and the Maribyrnong.
Sure. I have no problem with that.
Yeah, sorry, can we just clarify this? So
Commitment to
other
restore
mayors.
Rights to other mayors of councils in the Birrong and Maribyrnong catchments to encourage them.
Very, very happy to do that. All right. So can we take that as so moved? Did you have a question related to the motion, Councillor?
I do. I
Gladys
just wonder how much it will cost us and whether we have the money in the budget.
Would an officer like to respond to that question?
Thank you, Councillor Liu, for the question through you, Lord Mayor. With regard to the amendments, there's no further cost. With regard to the broader proposition in the papers as detailed in the financial statement, the financial section of the report, there's some immediate actions that council has that management has proposed here, which can be largely managed within existing resources, and then further work could be considered as part of future annual planning and budget considerations as required.
Sorry, I didn't get that. So how much would it cost us?
There's no immediate costs to council of the decision that's before council this evening, Councillor Liu.
But if we vote yes, then without knowing how much, is that what you're suggesting? We will not know how much. We will just vote, and then we will talk about money. And by then, is it too late to say no? We can't afford it.
So, to be clear through you, Lord Mayor, the recommendation from management doesn't propose that the City of Melbourne make the Yarra Birrarung swimmable on its own. As identified, we don't have the means or reach beyond our municipal borders to do that, because the health of water quality within the river relies on many other actions by other authorities. So the actions that are within this recommendation don't have a direct financial implication for council, because it's about working with others, building a coalition of the willing, and coming back to council having investigated some of those other actions, including specifically the 3 potential opportunities in partnership with private sector.
Well, I do understand that we are not doing it on our own, but at the end of the day, if we commit to be part of it, so sooner or later we will be asked for money. I just want to know how much we are talking about. Is it you don't know, or we as councillors have to vote for something that we don't have any idea how much it will cost us?
So, Councillor Liu, it would be great if you could clarify. I've responded to the question in terms of how it relates to the recommendation. So in the recommendation, any actions that would cost council money to implement, that's where management's recommending an investigation take place and a report back to council, so that any potential partnership with the private sector and the cost implications to the council of enacting those things would be subject to a further decision of the council, where all of that information would be available.
Yes, I'm very happy to clarify. My question is, tonight, well, I like the idea very much. And if we all happily vote for it, and then realize that, and then later on we realize that, oh no, it is our contribution. It's going to be something that we can't afford, or we have to compromise other services to pay for it. I just want to know what we are committing ourselves to.
Thanks, Councillor Liu. So there's no financial commitments of the councils because of the decision this evening. As I've said, the actions within the recommendation are things management can do by working with others through our normal course of action, through our legislative requirements to manage our stormwater as we currently do within existing resources, and then anything that will cost the council further money would be subject to a future decision of the council once all of that information is established.
CEO, did you want to respond to that question? I can see Councillor Griffiths and Councillor Guest have questions as well.
Just to further support what we've heard from Evan, what the recommendation asks of us, just to reassure councillors, that can be accommodated within our existing operating budget, and to provide further clarity in relation to what the costs may be if council seeks to implement those actions further. We need to do this work because we don't have those figures to hand. This analysis needs to take place in order to be able to provide that information to council for your information.
All right. Councillor Griffiths, I think your hand was up.
I was going to make the same point that the CEO just did.
Okay. Councillor Guest.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm going to touch on the points made here. I have to say, just Matthew likening the big swim to the big build is not something that inspires confidence in the project when you're talking about the big build being characterised by overspending, under-delivery and a lack of transparency. But to go to Gladys's question as to what are the inbuilt costs here, we've spoken about this before. Whenever we see request management to do something, there is an inbuilt cost. Because you're using, whether it's in the budget or not, isn't the point. There is a cost here because you're going to be using personnel and manpower and taking it away from something else. I know the people within the financial team understand this concept, but I would like that to get that understanding more widespread. There is already a cost to the council built into this recommendation, and it's something we've spoken about, and forgive me, I can't remember whether it's in our private chats or further, but I have actually asked for us to work on how much it costs council every time we make a request of you, because it's very easy for us to just say, oh, can we please have a report from management on X, Y, Z? That has a cost. It has a cost every time. I think Gladys's question, the answer needs further work. There is already a cost to this ask here. Yes, the project itself, well, my godfather, it's, to me, I think it too big. But I'm really, it does concern me that every time we throw away here and say, can we request management to do something, we say, just answer that it's within budget, there'll be no cost, because it's not true. I felt that needed to be said.
Did you want to respond to that, CEO?
I can respond to that. Thank you, through you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Guest. Just to indicate that moving forward, an enhancement that we might be able to make to the way in which we present the financial implications of some of these reports is to provide an estimate of officer time and therefore potentially cost. I was very careful to articulate that it can be accommodated within our existing operating budget, not to say that it had no cost. But we certainly can look to do that to try to enhance that level of visibility around how much time and therefore cost will it involve when we consider these things moving forward. I would also point out that from memory, this is also part of the council plan that council recently adopted in terms of the authorising environment that exists for officers to do this work. So there is a strong authorising environment there for us to do that. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
All right, thank you. If there's no further questions, I think we'll seek a mover for the updated motion, Councillor Griffiths. And is there a seconder on this one? I thought you're going to second it. Okay, thank you, Councillor Camillo. Back to you, Councillor Griffiths.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Quite a few thank yous to start off with at the beginning of moving this motion, and particularly to our three friends, Matthew, Janet, Charity, who've stuck around 4 hours into the meeting tonight. I think that shows the enthusiasm, not just that you personally have, not just that your organisations have, but that the people of Melbourne have for the project that we're discussing tonight. It's absolutely fantastic to have heard your submissions. It's great that we've seen so many written submissions as well, and that level of enthusiasm, that level of excitement that has come across in all of those for this project is a really inspiring way as we get towards the end of 2025, the end of our first year as council, to see that there's something that people are coming together around and thinking about the future of the city, thinking about their fellow citizens and thinking about what it might be that we can be leaving as a legacy from this term in council. I do want to thank our officers for the very large amount of work that has gone into this report that's come to us. This, of course, was generated initially, Lord Mayor, by some comments that you made in public, so recognise the fact that that's where this all started, and then with Councillor Camillo and many other councillors around the table moving a notice of motion which asked officers to do this work, and I'm not sure that a week or so out from that motion landing that was a piece of work that they had envisaged doing, but they've really picked up the opportunity that notice of motion presented and have come back with something which I think is really meaningful. I think it was Matthew who said that this is the beginning of moving the city from talking about advocacy to actually moving into some implementation. And I think that's a really exciting thing. The fact that officers have been so diligent, given us so many options is great. And the fact that the motion, as has been discussed in the questions, sets out the fact that if we are to go down this road, then we need to understand the financial implications is one that I certainly welcome, because we need to make sure that whatever we start in terms of a project like this is achievable and doable, and obviously working with as many other agencies as possible to make that happen. I really want to channel that enthusiasm that we've had in the submissions, and both written and verbal tonight, and I'm just so looking forward to the Moomba Festival and having some of the swimmable Birrarung discussions happening there, and that discussion, which at the moment is probably a little bit inside the Beltway, really becoming something which is on the minds of everyone who lives in Melbourne, who works in Melbourne, who runs businesses in Melbourne, and who can really get around what should be a fantastic uniting project for our city. I thank officers, I thank submitters, I thank you, Lord Mayor, for kicking the process off.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths, again for your passion and leadership on this one. Councillor Camillo.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm going to try to be quick. First, I would like to thank you, Janet, Matt, and Joel. And Matt, I'm very happy that you went to Brazil and have a good time, because as always, people have a good time in Brazil, especially swimming in the waters in the rivers. So now we can bring that back to Australia too. As the report notes, cities around the world have shown that's possible when governments work together to transform their waterways. The benefits are significant: stronger livability, increased tourism and economic activity, higher property values, healthier ecosystems, and deeper community connection. But making the Yarra swimmable is a whole of catchment challenge. The river exceeds 242 kilometers and spans 8 councils and multiple agents. The City of Melbourne controls only a small section of the river and catchment, so our role, it is important but limited. So plus, we have a financial challenge in here. But I agree that signing the Swimmable City Charters and working with partners to establish a coalition are steps in the right direction. These steps will lay the groundwork for a healthier, more connected, and ultimately swimmable Birrarung Yarra. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Camillo. Any other councillors want to speak to this item? Councillor Rouse.
It's a question, Lord Mayor. Don't stress, it's not dystopian in nature. But refresh my memory. The last time this came to council, did you commit on the record to be the first person to jump in the river once it was deemed swimmable?
I don't know that I did, but I'd be happy to make such a commitment. As a boy, I grew up swimming around Warrandyte. I've spent many years of my life swimming in the Yarra, not in the city of Melbourne, unfortunately. So I do very much look forward to a day when I can do that. All right. Any other speakers to this item? I'm going to briefly just say, look, I think this is a brilliant, inspiring and necessary initiative for Melbourne. I was present when Sadiq Khan declared that he was going to make the Thames in London a swimmable river. There were hundreds of mayors around the world gathered, and the feeling of inspiration around Sadiq Khan doing that was palpable. Of course, he follows the lead of other cities like Paris, like Berlin, like Copenhagen, like many cities in North America that we're seeing as well, signing on to this incredible initiative. This is indeed a global movement, and tonight Melbourne is joining it. In Melbourne, we are a very fortunate city. You could say we are a blessed city. We have amongst the cleanest air of any city in the world. We have close to the cleanest drinking water in the world. Why don't we have a clean, swimmable river? It just defies our expectations of Melbourne, and we've got to make it right. So I'll be voting for this evening. I do, look forward to us signing the Swimmable Cities Charter tonight. I also welcome the component in the program around making the riverfront fun. I think that's really important and part of the mission. So I love the idea about, a big splash, maybe at Moomba next year. That could be something that helps rally our community around this important initiative, and also noting the identification of swimming spots along the river in our municipality. I think is a really important initiative as well, and very much welcome that amendment around the pool in Docklands as well. So put that all together. It's an absolutely brilliant initiative, and looking forward to voting to it very shortly. Any other councillors wish to speak to this item? In that case, we'll put the matter to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Griffiths, Councillor Scott, Councillor Louis, Councillor Rees, Councillor Campbell, Councillor Ball, Councillor Rouse, Councillor Camillo. All those against delivering a swimmable Birrarung River. Councillor Guest. All those abstaining on the question of a swimmable Birrarung River. Councillor Liu. Councillor Leilu, have you cast a vote? Okay, you're abstaining on that one. Okay. Well, that motion is passed. All right, let's move on to our next agenda item, 6.11, and that is taking action on vacant, dilapidated, dangerous and unsightly premises. Would councillors like a presentation in relation to this item? No. In that case, we will move an amendment. I think there's an amended motion that we're going to put forward on this item. It just brings, just strengthens the motion. All right, I'm going to move that motion, looking for a councillor to second it. Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. I think as all councillors know, vacant, dilapidated, dangerous and unsightly buildings continue to negatively affect safety, amenity and civic pride of Melbourne. In fact, it is negatively impacting on our city's identity. On the 2nd of September, FMC approved a notice of motion requesting advice on measures to address these matters. Council currently relies on a mix of tools from Building Act powers, local laws, graffiti enforcement and planning controls, but each has its limitations and can be slow to progress. So what this review does is identify new opportunities, including a review of global approaches and Council's own mechanisms, and it identifies that no single solution exists, and that cities tend to use a multi-pronged, proactive and enforcement-based approach that often takes years to establish. Having said that, we need to move ahead. We need to crack on. We need our city's buildings, in particular those vacant, dilapidated and dangerous and unsightly ones, to lift their game. So we want to see Building Act powers for the repair of demolition orders on unsafe buildings, the Local Law Act 2024 for dilapidated and unsightly conditions, Graffiti Prevention Act to support graffiti removal, and note that enforcement is currently reactive and we need to move to a more proactive footing. So the opportunities identified to strengthen Council's approach include improved communication to owners about obligations, strengthening graffiti management and enabling cost recovery, consistent citywide hoarding guidelines, cleaner requirements for activating stalled development sites, and fifthly, reviewing definitions in local laws. Sixthly, further investigation is required into differential rates and public acquisition powers and other emerging tools, noting legislative and cost implications. This work will continue to be delivered and reported on through the annual budget key activity. Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The reality is that vacant, dilapidated and unsightly buildings are costing the City of Melbourne money to clean up those sites when they pose a danger, money to get rid of graffiti on those sites, and it is high time that the City of Melbourne used powers that already exist, including under our activities local law, under the concept of differential rates, to make the building owners who are responsible for the condition of those sites responsible. But the reality is it is also costing all Melburnians in a city like ours, under the sort of pressure we are for housing, a city in which no square inch should be left vacant or dilapidated. It's time to send a very strong message that will not be tolerated in the City of Melbourne, and this is certainly a strong step towards doing that. For those reasons, I commend this motion to my councillor colleagues.
Thank you very much, Deputy Lord Mayor. Would any other councillors like to speak to this? Thank you, Councillor Philip Leilou.
So I just wanted to add that I think while it's good that we put something in like this to address the problem, this is not something that we're going to be proactively kind of using to target people that, just because you have two graffiti on a wall, that means that we're going to just go, oh, well, that falls into this. And it's also another mechanism for which, your neighbour, which then will kind of bring you into this so that the council will take on this. So I don't want to make sure that, this is a very extreme process. And I think if the fact that the process and also a good relationship is built between the two, whereas previous proponents that we just would not deal with us or would not be able to do anything, we had to actually come up with something like this. And so, there's the other side of the coin. And so looking forward to how this will be addressed, but this is one mechanism that we will take if there is any more of these particular buildings that are falling into these extreme conditions.
Thank you for that, Councillor Philip Leilou, and thank you for your advocacy and focus on this issue over a long period of time. It's certainly noted by me and many others. Councillor Camillo.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Of course, I would like to make a comment on that. That's something for years. For more than 10 years, I have been advocating for the City of Melbourne. As a portfolio head of safety and cleaning, I'm pleased to see this report come before us tonight. Vacant, neglected, unsightly buildings don't just look bad, they undermine Melbourne's reputation, diminish local community, and create safety and economic impacts. This is about protecting the character of your city and ensuring our streets remain safe, inviting, and well-maintained. The report highlights several immediate practical actions we can take, including improving communication with property owners about their obligations, as Phil just mentioning here. However, we also continue progressing the long-term measures, such as exploring differential rates, stronger local laws provisions, and investigations of other tools used effectively in cities around the world. Together, these steps will support a cleaner, safer, and more vibrant Melbourne. So I can only support and welcome this. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Camillo. Would any other councillors like to speak to this item? No. In that case, I'll put this matter to the vote. Oh, Councillor. Oh, you're right. All right, let's put the matter to the vote. All those in favour? I'm declaring that carried unanimously. We move on to agenda item 6.12, City of Melbourne Advocacy and Partnerships Plan. Would council like a presentation in relation to this item? No, I think there is an amended motion for us to put forward here. Oh, I apologise. Chris Thrum, you requested the opportunity to address us in relation to this item. We thank you for your interest in such an important matter. Honorary Councillor Chris Thrum. And indeed, I look forward to seeing you busking away on our streets very soon. You've been tearing it up in recent days during our Christmas festival, bringing song and merriment to our streets.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I appreciate the kind words and appreciate the support from the citizens of Melbourne. And they're in a very festive mood, for sure. Okay. First, I'll start by recognising that we're on Wurundjeri country, respect to elders past and present, and we're on the unceded lands of the Wurundjeri Wurrung people. And we're looking at agenda item 6.12, City of Melbourne Advocacy and Partnerships Plan 2025-2029, and we're leading into the election year. This is very important
document and item that we're looking at. I'd like to thank Stephanie Hamilton and Rebecca Skelton for the work that they've done, City of Melbourne officers as well. I'd like to thank too the Melbourne Centre for Cities had a symposium today in 2025 up the hill there, and they had a symposium called Blueprints for Urban Resilience. So we need to have a resilient approach towards how we're going about things. We need to advocate to our fellow councils and governments that Melbourne is the capital of music in Australia. Melbourne's the capital of music. And we need to support the local venues in Melbourne. We need to reiterate the importance that music has for citizens in Melbourne. We had a beautiful festival called the Melbourne Music Week for many, many years. For example, 8 years ago when the Lord Mayor Robert Doyle went to Chicago for a forum on global cities, he was hosted by Rahm Emanuel and the Chicago business people, and they paid for the majority of that trip. And he went for a walk along the Yarra River with Mayor Rahm Emanuel, and Rahm Emanuel showed him all the work that they're doing on the Chicago River to sort of make it a lot healthier and more pristine. And so people will be happy to know that in September of this year, there was the Great Shoulders Big Swim in Chicago, in the Chicago River. So in Chicago, they're ahead of us in swimming in the river. Chicago too is a music city. And so the Lord Mayor Robert Doyle mentioned that there's a lot of respect for musicians in Melbourne for Chicago musicians. Also too, it's important to recognise that Melbourne Music Week would support the local venues. And the local venues around here, there's a canary in the coal mine, and they're calling out they need a lot of support. They need more support. The music industry needs more support in terms of what's going on. In terms of transport, I think it's important that we bring in Metro 2 as soon as possible. We need to bring in the tram line to Fisherman's Bend. We need to recognise, you look at how great this Metro tram line is now to the city, you can already see the impacts it's making. We need to have Metro 2 now. We need to have a new engineering facility of University of Melbourne at Fisherman's Bend. That's what the transportation will bring to it. Then in Chicago, they've introduced the Illinois Quantum Microelectronics Park, a groundbreaking world-class quantum sort of facility, a park on the south side of Chicago. And that park, when you look at the renderings of the drawings of that park, it looks like it's Fisherman's Bend. So what we need is we need to accelerate the development of Fisherman's Bend and advocate for that.
Chris, that's a very good idea. And we welcome your contribution on this important matter before us. Thanks as always, Chris. All right. Do councillors want a presentation from officers on this item? No. In that case, I will request that a motion be put on the screen. I think there's an amended motion on this item, picking up a number of suggestions from councillors. Can we please pop that up on the screen? There it is, Alt Motion 6.12. That is the one. All right, I'm happy to move that. Looking for a seconder. Thank you, DLM. Can I just say very quickly, thanks to the team who've done a great job pulling this together. There's an extraordinary amount of work that has gone into it and deep strategic thinking. I think this sets up a framework for our city to take action. It's been great to see us have some wonderful successes in recent days on the advocacy front. And I think with this plan in place, we can expect to see much, much, much more of that over the next 4 years. So thank you to the team again. Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I would echo those thanks for the work of the team, and I'd also just like to call out the amendment that you see before you tonight on the screen, which is responsive to the concerns we've heard from so many community members in this committee tonight about the need to make sure that we are able to deliver the amenity and the open space that Melbourne needs as we grow and reach our housing targets, that we are ensuring that the public benefit that developers are providing for floor area uplift actually provides real public benefit, and making sure that we are using our powers to provide the open space that supports housing growth by working with and advocating to government agencies and government departments. An example of that is the much needed work to unlock difficulties around the Moonee Ponds Creek. I'd also like to reflect, though, on some of the other priorities, particularly those in relation to public safety, a call for a greater police presence, a call for further action on family violence. And I want to close by reflecting on that. In this week of 16 days of activism in that space, where so many of us have reflected on the fact that every 8 days a woman dies due to violence at the hands of a partner, it is clear there is so much more that every level of government could do, and that being a priority in this plan certainly reflects what I think are the priorities of the City of Melbourne to make sure we are doing all we can by working with partners and other levels of government in that space. I commend this motion to my councillor colleagues.
Thank you very much, DLM. Do any other councillors wish to speak to this item? In that case, I'll put the matter to the vote. All those in favour? I declare the amended motion carried. Thank you very much. We now move to agenda item 6.13, and I'm going to move in the interest of time, I'll just move a procedural motion that this matter be deferred to a future FMC meeting. Can I have a seconder for that procedural? Thank you, Councillor Guest. All those in favour of that procedural motion, please raise your hand. I declare that carried unanimously. I'm now going to move a second procedural motion that we now return to agenda item 6.3, which is Macaulay. Planning Scheme Amendment C417 Macaulay, and I'm looking for a seconder of that procedural motion. Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. All those in favour of us returning to agenda item 6.3, I declare that carried unanimously. All right, we're now at agenda item 6.3. Do any councillors need to declare a conflict in relation to this item?
Yes, or may I have a material conflict due to a campaign donation from a related entity to a submitter?
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor.
I have the same conflict. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Scott.
Lord Mayor, likewise, I also have the same conflict.
Thank you, Councillor Louis, and I have the same conflict as well. So I will vacate the chair.
Can I nominate Councillor Griffiths to chair this? I beg your pardon. I withdraw that nomination.
I was going to nominate Councillor Lei Liu.
I second that nomination. All those in favour? Carried.
And I do apologise to the team. I didn't realise this was we didn't have quorum and everything. All done? Okay, cool. So this is agenda item 6.3, Planning Scheme Amendment C417, Macaulay's. Will council like a presentation on this agenda item? No? Awesome. Okay. So I call on Effie Ozeba, who requests the opportunity to address the committee. I'm not sure if they are here or not. No? Okay. If that's not the case, I would like to, if you can put up a motion onto the screen. Yes, that might be. If you scroll down a bit, one more. Yeah, okay, cool. I'm happy to move that motion. I'm looking for a seconder. Councillor Griffiths, thank you very much. So I'm going to speak to it. And look, it's such a shame that this is the last one because this is a very, very detailed and a very, very important thing that we are actually doing today. And for me, this is about Macaulay's future. And it's it's the balance between growth and livability for both developers and the community. This planning scheme amendment is actually helps us set a clear rule, but more potentially for building size and designs, so including like height, setbacks, sunlights, and wind protection. And this is part of a very, very long process to which we have gone to here today. The consultation on this took place in August 2024. September 2024. 63 submissions have been received across a range of things, and I thank the team for putting all this together, doing the analysis and coming back to that. So tonight's decision is actually not final, but we will be actually seeking the support to management respond to the submissions and a request to go over the next stage of the amendment. This will go to the panels, independent panels, to which then we will actually go through it. And I know a lot of the communities will be quite delighted to once we go through get some clarity on particularly this. I do know some of the concerns that people have put, especially developers or through residents, put into this. There's a lot of tension. However, I think the next step will be to approve this and then move forward and going on with this. Again, I want to thank everyone who put in place. Looking forward to what comes back, and hopefully something that we can build on. Councillor Griffiths.
Thank you, Councillor Leilu. I'm happy to be seconding this motion tonight. I echo some of your sentiments about the importance of this matter and the fact that it's a bit of a pity that it's so late in the night, given that it sort of underpins so many of the other conversations that we've been having tonight about development in the Moonee Ponds Creek area and the plans for Macaulay more generally. And like you, I really want to thank everyone who's been involved in putting this document together. 847 pages, and that doesn't happen, obviously, without a huge amount of work. First of all, from the community and the submissions that have come in from, as you say, developers, but lots of people who have real passion and real care for the suburbs that they live in, and also then from management to respond, to synthesise and to put together the documents that we have before us today. And again, Councillor Leilu, as you said, this is another step along the way in the process, recognising that really it's 9.3, which is the key one that we're doing now, which is requesting the Minister for Planning to appoint an independent planning panel and to refer these submissions to that panel. I really look forward to this work being completed as soon as is practicable, because it obviously, again, links to every other conversation that we've had about a suburb which is going through great change already. And we need to get clarity for locals who are currently living there or working there or running businesses there, and those that aspire to do so in the future. So I am very happy to be seconding this motion tonight.
Thank you, Griffith. You also forget future residents, right? Potentially be there, right? Would anyone else like to speak to these particular motions? No? If that's the case, I'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hand. That is carried unanimously. Thank you. Can we please bring the Lord Mayor and the team back? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leilu, for chairing that item. All right, that concludes, I believe, items of that concludes the reports from management. And in the interests of whānau, I'm going to move a further procedural motion that we bring forward public questions and so I move a procedural motion to change the order of business, bringing agenda item 9, public questions, ahead of agenda item 7, general business, and agenda item 8, urgent business. I will move that motion. Looking for councillors. Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. That has been moved and seconded. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Wonderful. We move to public questions. Whānau, trooper.
Thank you. We've lost none of our enthusiasm or excitement to bring matters of the market to the council. Lord Mayor and councillors, by way of information update, over the period of about 12 months, on your watch, I believe you've lost approximately 10% of the fruit and vegetable traders who are left at the market. It's hard to imagine what you'll have to celebrate in 3 years at the 150-year mark, other than an empty $100 million trader shed. Disappointingly, this is the final opportunity we have to bring you our concerns about the management and governance of the market. No doubt you have been briefed by the board or CEO about the most recent additional financial drama to have hit your own company, Queen Victoria Market Proprietary Limited. Not only did the company fail to comply with the requirements for negotiating an enterprise bargaining agreement this year by failing to notify the union, but also, it turns out, the company has been underpaying its staff. Council will be aware of the seriousness of this issue due to news reports of other public scandals involving the underpayment of casual workers and the publicity surrounding the issue of wage theft generally. We understand forensic accountants have been engaged to sort out the mess. Traders are well aware that the Council's company continues to be financially supported by Council, and that Council is aware that in addition to the money that the company has increased traders' rents and is pursuing additional charges against market traders. Such is the tenuous nature of the company's financial viability. This latest fiasco could involve significant amounts of money with wage repayments, superannuation, interest and perhaps penalties. So the questions are, has the company complied with its obligations under Protocol 5 of the Council's governance protocols for wholly owned subsidiary companies and made timely and balanced disclosures to the Council on this issue? Was the underpayment issue raised in the annual reporting process to Council or the most recent company quarterly financial report, given the material impact on the full financial year outcome and the potential reputational damage for Council and its company? Can the Council provide assurances that the Council will be covering the bill for this unexpected additional expenditure by the company and that there will be no further adverse financial impacts on traders flowing from this unfortunate issue? And finally, will Council undertake to conduct an independent review of its current strategy to manage the Queen Victoria market with this company and consider other management models?
All right, thank you for that very comprehensive question, Fana, and thank you for the due diligence that you continue to exercise over the operations of the market. I might invite our CEO, Alison Layton, to respond in the first instance to your series of questions there.
Thank you, Fana, for your questions, and through you, Lord Mayor. I can confirm that the Queen Victoria Market management have complied with their disclosure obligations. So as part of their obligations, they made me aware of the identification of the underpayment issue, and that came about as a result of an enterprise agreement negotiation process that they were undertaking. I subsequently advised the Council, and that occurred in mid-October. Since then, they have, as you're aware, engaged a forensic accountant to review the situation and identify and confirm the level of underpayment and therefore the impact to the budget for Queen Victoria Market. With respect to their obligations to disclose that amount, whether that be in the annual report or in the most recent quarterly report, generally those provisions or those disclosures are made once those forensic accounting tasks are complete. I've actually conferred on this matter specifically with our own CFO, and he's advised me that it isn't unusual for the provision not to be made until that process is complete. So we're waiting to see the outcome of that, and then we'll be able to look to see that that's reported in a transparent way in the next quarterly report, I imagine is when that would happen. With respect to confirming whether Council will be paying for that exposure, that's not something that I can answer at the moment. We need to see what it is. We then need to determine and review the Queen Victoria Market Management's proposal as far as how they're going to address that, and then we can consider what council's role is there. So we can certainly keep you informed as that matter progresses, but at this stage it's not a question that I can provide you with an answer with. And then with respect to your question in relation to an independent review, at this point in time there has been no commitment made by the council to undertake an independent review, and that's probably all I can say about that at this point in time as well. So back to you, Lord Mayor.
All right, thank you, CEO. Councillor Phil Lelou.
So can I just clarify? So can I confirm that are we investigating the allegation, or has the allegation has been confirmed, but we just don't know the extent? So I just want to make sure we're clear on what it is. Can you
Correct.
just confirm that?
Yes, I can confirm that. So I can confirm that Queen Victoria Market Management advised me, which I subsequently advised the council, that they had identified that underpayment had occurred. They've actually advised staff as soon as they became aware of that. They advised Fair Work. This has all happened a couple of months ago, and they then engaged a forensic accountant to confirm the exact amount of underpayment, and we're in that process right at the moment.
Right, I might have been away, so that's why I couldn't remember. Thanks.
All right, thank you for that response, CEO. And I guess on behalf of Councillors Fana, please know that this is a matter which councillors will continue to require updates on, so that we can be fully furnished with exactly what's happened here, and that we will get to the bottom of it and see that it is rectified.
Yeah, I do remind council that we have been down. Traders have come before council raising issues about the financial systems of the company in relation to invoicing of traders and various other activities. So, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Fana. Are there any other public questions? All right. We have had a request from Bob Evans that his question be read out and responded to. So I will look after that. So Bob asks of us, will the Lord Mayor clarify whether, despite his statement at the 11 November FMC meeting, Council's own figures confirm a net loss of at least 300 parking spaces within the Queen Street, Franklin Street and Southern Development site of the Queen Victoria Market Precinct? When will traders and customers lose access to the existing parking spaces in the open-air car park and the Southern Development site during the construction period? Thirdly, what impact will the loss of revenue from 700 displaced parking spaces have on Council's budget and ongoing income? I'm conscious I've been doing a lot of talking this evening. Rick, did you want to respond to this question on behalf of organisation? I can add to it if needed.
Through you, Lord Mayor, in relation to the car parking spaces and the lost car parking spaces, there is a guarantee from Council that we're going to be retaining 720 spaces for the market. Those spaces will include 500 spaces below the Munro building and 220 spaces below the Gurrowa Place Towers 1 and 2. The intention is to ensure that the existing 720 spaces that exist within the at-grade car park are retained for the market. The proposal for Market Square itself will be around the development of an open space to support the operations of the market and the City of Melbourne into the future, creating a vibrant location for visitors to Melbourne and to the market. I hope that answers the question to some extent.
It doesn't quite get there. He asked about the precinct, so you've given the answer on the Market Square and the 720 spots, and Munro and then the new car park, but what about the precinct?
There has been some loss of on-street car parks in the precinct. That will, however, be offset by improved public transport routes in and around the market and improved access for pedestrians to the market. Also, it's probably worth noting that within the vicinity of the market, there's going to be around 4,000 residents on the doorstep of the market that will be housed within the Gurrowa Place development. Also, with the other new developments considered in and around that precinct, there's it's arguably the most populated and densely populated part of Australia, and therefore there will be a huge resident population at the doorstep of the market. So hopefully that provides some response to that question.
Yeah. All right. Thank you for that. Yes, you can ask a question at any stage if you like.
As a question, thank you. Just when it comes to Queen Victoria Market, Vanra, I appreciate the item you brought this evening. I think that's something that, along with car parking and all the plans with Queen Victoria Market, I do think this is something that we need to urgently review where we're going. I know we've got reviews underway, but I feel like a lot of things get brought up time and time again. And I know we've got an official stance. You just said, Rick, it was concise. But I realise there's a lot of unhappiness surrounding that particular position, and I think we just need to clarify what the costs are of any deviation, potential deviation, and as well as the item you brought as well. I think we need to get the bottom of that as well. Just wanted to put that out there and on the record.
Okay, I'm going to take that as a question because that's what you are permitted to do under our rules.
Can we put this under review, under urgent review, as we move towards the end of the year and into the new year?
You can take that one on notice, Rick.
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll take it on notice.
All right. Okay, are there any other further public questions? No. All right. Okay, in that case, we will move to general businesses. No items of general business. Are there any items of urgent business?
Yes, Lord Mayor. I have one item of urgent business, but under 14.3 of the governance rules, I believe it fits in as confidential, owing to the fact that it is information which, if released, would result in the unreasonable disclosure of information about any person or their personal affairs, and thus we would need to close the meeting and open a closed meeting.
All right, well, let's move a motion that we do just that. I think you've articulated that well, and I'm happy to second it for the sake of keeping things moving. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Wonderful, that's passed unanimously. So I declare the open meeting closed at 10:04 p.m. I want to thank members of the public in attendance here in person and those viewing at home on the Zoom. I want to thank them for their attendance and wish them all the very, very best.